Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the council meeting for the 4th of December. Hard to believe, isn't it? Please join me in standing for the opening karakia. Whakatateho ki te uru, whakatateho ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, te aki ana te atukura, hi tio, hi huka, hi hohu, tihe, Māori ora. Kia ora. So I'd just like to take a brief moment here to recognise a well-known personality in the Canterbury region. So as most of you will be aware that former Selwyn Mayor Michael McGivity passed away last week. Yes, so Michael was the district's longest serving mayor, and he held the role from 1995 till 2007. He came from Southbridge and was truly passionate about Canterbury. So after his Selwyn mayoralty, he continued in governance roles. Michael was on the boards of the Canterbury Museum, and I served on that board with him for maybe 5 or 6 years, I think, and St John, and was also the chair of the Selwyn Arts Trust, among other community roles. He served the Selwyn district and wider Canterbury community with positivity and passion, and really helped shape Selwyn into the flourishing community that we see today. On a personal level, Michael was a generous, delightful person who could find connection with anyone he met. He was well-read, quick-witted, and a passionate debater. Michael's wife, Adrian, was his rock and wise counsel, and Michael was deeply affected by her loss. Family was so very important to Michael and Adrian, and this was evident in the close relationship they had with their daughters. So Michael will be greatly missed. If you could please join me now in a moment's silence in recognition of his life and service to our community. Thank you. So we'll begin with apologies. There's an apology for lateness from the Mayor. He'll be back hopefully around 11:30, and also lateness from Councillor Henstock. Mark Peters would like to move that, and seconded by Councillor Coker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's carried. I've received no declarations of interest, so now we'll move on to the public forums. So we begin with the Student Volunteer Army, and I'd like to welcome Catherine to talk about their programs. Welcome, Catherine. Is your microphone on? When it's green, push the button. When it's green, it's on. Is it? Yeah, there we go.
That. Perfect. Okay. Right, so tēnā koutou katoa, thank you so much for having me here today. I have travelled to Ōtautahi Christchurch today just to speak to you about Student Volunteer Army, the foundation, where we are today and how we've grown since our inception, obviously here in Christchurch during the 2010 and 2011 earthquakes. So my role at Student Volunteer Army is Head of Programs. As many of you will know, Student Volunteer Army was born out of crisis. We originated here in Christchurch and have grown from the student-led response from the University of Canterbury students to the 2010 and 2011 earthquakes. Over the course of those events, the students at UC mobilised a group of 13,000 plus volunteers to clean up collectively over 260,000 tonnes of silt from Christchurch streets, volunteering around 75,000 hours worth of time. From that, SVA has turned into a movement that is all about empowering young people to volunteer and be active members of their communities. Today, we're a network of tens of thousands of students, volunteers, driven by a desire to be active community members. We have programs at primary, secondary and tertiary level, and they empower youth through volunteering, cultivating a lasting culture of service and building resilient, connected communities. We want students and we want students to be able to step up and respond in times of crisis. So our programs, as mentioned, are at primary, secondary and university level. The first program on here, SVA Primary, is a kit used to build soft skills among primary school age students. They develop skills around project management and end up leading their own volunteering event for a cause that's relevant to their community. Then we move into the SVA Service Award, which is our national framework for recognising student volunteers. Focused mainly in secondary schools, students use the SVA app to log hours of volunteering, and when they reach set levels of hours logged, they earn badges. What this also does is allows them to build a summary of their service. Something we talk about quite often with young people is that it can be really difficult to build skills and experience without having a job, but it's tricky to get a job if you don't have any experience. So the summary of service allows students to showcase the skills that they've built through volunteering while also demonstrating a commitment to their community. The final program within the SVA Foundation is SVA Clubs. So these are the university clubs which are headed by student executive committees. They lead regular volunteering events throughout the year and are the key group that we mobilise in times of crisis to be able to provide responses. UC is our biggest club. It generally tends to have between 2,500 and 3,000 members per year and is headed by a really strong student executive committee. If you have a quick look at our program stats, you can see the widespread and the impact of them. So the primary school kit has engaged over 3,150 classrooms over the 5 years that it was running, which is over 100,000 students. Our Service Award is our largest program by far. We have over 258 secondary schools who are actively taking part in the program. Over 20,000 active volunteers, so that's students who have logged an hour this year within our database. Over 550,000 hours of volunteering have been logged in 2024 by students across Aotearoa, and 109,000 of those are logged by students within the Canterbury region. We've recently also hit the milestone of 2 million hours logged over the last 5 years, so the program is growing and growing, and we have this beautiful cohort of young people who are actively engaged and want to help. With the clubs, we have 7 clubs across the country. They have taken part in 40 events over this year, which is over 4,500 hours volunteered. And if we're looking at that against minimum wage to see what that financial contribution is, it's over $108,000. And then the last 20 seconds, I'm quickly going to talk about crisis response. So SVA shows up time and time again to provide crisis response to communities who go through disaster. Over the past few years, this has looked like showing up to the Auckland flooding, to Cyclone Gabrielle, the COVID-19 grocery response. Every time something happens, we want to support. What we would really love is to start up a conversation with the Christchurch City Council around how SVA can be brought into your emergency management structure. That's my time, so thank you very much. Sorry, it was a bit slow at the beginning, but yeah, we would really love to engage with you. We have a memorandum of understanding with Nelson City Council, and we have a partnership with the Red Cross, so looking to build on those connections and put in some more relationships with councils is what we would really love to do. Thank you very much for your time.
Hey, look, Catherine, thank you so much. What a great presentation, and I think you need to be congratulated for collecting the data as you have, because data is evidence, and it's strong evidence of the success of your program and the way you've reached out into the schools and you're training those young children coming through. But what you're also doing, you've got disaster preparedness as well. So I'd really strongly support your suggestion that you engage with the council and our preparedness program there. So I'll leave that with the chief executive to make contact and try and organise a meeting and start from there. Perfect. Because you're well equipped, and with all those volunteers and the knowledge that you have, it's fantastic. So, congratulations on the success of your program, your work, and the engagement and getting young people involved. It's really, really important and really super helpful. Thank you very much for coming in. It's fantastic. Cheers. And so, to follow that, we have Speed Freaks Charitable Trust. So we've got Anna speaking, and I think Kevin is coming to the table as well. Welcome. Good morning.
Morena, thank you. Oh, a scary timer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Anna Christoforou. I'm the founder of the Speed Freaks Charitable Trust, and I'm just going to take you through a journey of who we are, what we do, and our community impact here in Otatahi. So the Speed Freaks have been running and walking for recovery from addiction and mental distress since 2021, when I founded the charity. Our genesis story begins here in Otatahi in 2017, with our first group held at Odyssey House, where I was 2IC. I'm a clinical social worker by trade, and I left my secure employment job in 2020 with a 20k bank loan to do up my bathroom, which is yet to be done, and started the Speed Freaks Charitable Trust. We are a very small charity that, well, we're not anymore actually. We grew very quickly. We now operate nationally, and this year we received international recognition for our work. So I was asked to present to the Global Leadership Exchange in the Netherlands, representing Aotearoa New Zealand, and that was really awesome to be acknowledged in that way for such a young charity. We also partner with Parkrun NZ, which Parkrun is a global organisation that holds runs every Saturday all over the world, and we've been sponsored by a Swiss running brand, On Running. So that was a real win for us this year, and we just heard that we've been announced as semi-finalists for Community of the Year with KiwiBank. Ooh. So we're super pleased on that. So that's been quite a big year for us. This is a thank you to Council, to Pauline Cotter for having us here today, but also for their support, for your support. We currently are accommodated in Richmond Cottage. We've just very much outgrown that. And this is Napunawai, Guinness World Record with Emma Timmis. We were the nominated charity. And you'll see that our Speed Freaks Blue was all over Napunawai for a whole entire week.
Even the ice creams.
Our stats show our growth. So from 2021, these are our attendance, number of attendances at sessions, 820 through to this last year, 3,347, and that's just for Christchurch. I thought about how we impact really our community here, and why I left my job was that there was clearly an issue with, we do treatment really well, we do probation really well, we do support and medical care really well, but there was a disconnect between leaving the provider and entering the community. A disconnect for the individual and also a disconnect for the community. So communities weren't prepared to receive people and individuals weren't prepared to return to their community. So we're working with highly vulnerable adults and therefore highly vulnerable families, people that feel that they have a lack of personal agency, that they're isolated from their community, and that they're not in a position to give back to the community. What we've found by our model is that we've mobilised the community to share the problem. So our programme is delivered by volunteers. We invite our community to be part of someone's recovery journey. We foster human connectedness. And we also lean into the concept of a recovery city, which is a public health and whole city model, which we really love because we've found that it's the community that's got the solution. This is a really good example of that. So we did not foresee how much the Speed Freaks was going to develop tendrils into different areas. And one is that we have rangatahi joining us, and we have whole families that identify as Speed Freaks and very loudly and proudly do so. So this is Harley and Jordan. I'm going to really speed up my speaking now. Harley joined us with our original Genesis group. He's done 9 half marathons. I've run all of those with him, for better or for worse. He joined us through a residential provider and continued through our community programmes. He's a peer volunteer for us, and he is employed by a local employer who has a whole entire Speed Freaks team. 2021, his partner Jordan joined our Wahine group. And this year she celebrated 2 years of sobriety at the Crater Rim. She completed a level 4 health and wellbeing placement with us. We now employ Jordan as a peer support worker. Sissy and Dayton, 2 lovely rangatahi of Harley's, have earned their T-shirt, and in its entirety, it's a family affair. For 2025 for us, that's our community group there in Hagley Park. We are fortunate to have some funding from Te Whatu Ora, but we really need sustainable funding and we really need premises. We've so outgrown Richmond Cottage, And we also need to move to tech. We currently use all forms of social media, Hey apps, whatever we can to keep everything moving, and we'd like to develop that locally. That's us. Thank you for having me.
Well, that's bang on time for public forum.
Just.
Hey, look, congratulations on the incredible work that you're doing, and seeing how those numbers have increased over the 3 years is phenomenal. So well done. Thank you very much. And I think if we all put our thinking caps on, we'll try and come up with some assistance for a venue if we can somewhere.
That would be awesome.
That's bigger than Richmond Cottage.
Yes.
Is there any geographical area that you prefer?
Well, what we've been looking for, to be honest, is a venue that would accommodate a small gym, some space for group work sessions, because our model weaves community, and we've got so many options to develop social skills, recovery capital, and agency.
Yeah.
So we're looking for probably Sydenham towards the city centre, easy access, somewhere like that. Roller door.
Yep.
A few offices to the side, that kind of thing.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Nice to see you. And
Thank you.
Can we take a note of that? See if there's anything around. Right, now, that's the end of our public forum, so we're now moving on to deputations by appointment. First of all, we have Diane Downward from Concerned Ratepayers. Welcome, Diane.
Hello. This issue of Chooch Corner is a long time coming, but better to get it right. The results from this consultation process indicate that 42% of respondents chose option A, which is closing the right turn lane, and the remaining 58% don't want the right-hand turn lane to be removed, but were divided in which way to go, including 9% wanting no change at all. So no one was excited about any of the designs, and many only liked option A because it was the cheapest. In this short 2-week consultation, we were only given 2 more overly complicated, overly expensive designs to consider that made the original, twice rejected design look good in comparison. A design that looks good compared to 2 bad designs doesn't make it a good design. Councillor Mark Peters drew up a simple design that was also cost-effective, that ticked all the boxes when this topic was still at the community board stage, and asked staff to include his design so that it could be discussed as an option. But this never happened. Why was his design never considered by staff to be an option to be discussed and voted upon? This is wrong. I didn't like part of his design because it had a raised platform for the pedestrian crossing, but his design is the best I've seen so far, and most have never seen it. All possible options have not been put on the table to be considered and voted on. Also, the elephant in the room is, why is Yaldhurst Road prioritized in all these designs when the main South Road is to be the main travel corridor in the future? Shouldn't all designs be made with this in mind, so we're not making these changes and then undoing them in a few years, wasting money and resources in the process? Maybe Yaldhurst Road should be closed off and traffic redirected onto Main South Road instead of the other way around, as Main South Road is to be this main corridor, and we have to start training people to do that. Any design should be made with the future in mind so that there is a step-by-step cohesive design process and not a haphazard one. So the whole design process has not been thought through, in my opinion. There are many submissions from cyclists, and I agree that this is a dangerous intersection for cyclists, and that is why we have built multi-million-dollar cycleways for cyclists to use, which is a good thing for their safety. But cyclists still insist on using the intersection that they know is unsafe, when other options are available, including cycleways. This is true in other parts of the city, like Cranford Street, where 1 minute away there is a underutilized cycleway through parks that connects up with Cranford Street later on, but cyclists still want to use the congested part of Cranford Street, which is designed to be the main thoroughfare for those commuting from the north along the freeway into the city. But since that community board is dominated by those who have put more importance onto the view of cyclists than the majority who gave deputations for Cranford Street to return to being a clearway, they voted to keep it the bus lane, cycle lane. So cyclists have safe options, and it's their choice to use the road. We already have a safe way for pedestrians to cross Rickerton Road at the signaled crossing, but many choose to use the refuge in the middle of the road, even when it's busy and not so safe to cross at that time. But is their choice? Do we want to be dictators and make them go a certain way, or what, anyway. I suggest that until a design that considers the future importance of Main South Road is drawn up and agreed upon, a few simple, inexpensive measures should be taken to allow the flow of traffic and to make it safer. First, remove the dangerous cement forms in front of Countdown. Nobody likes them. Second is to block the traffic leaving the Countdown car park on Rickerton Road from being able to turn directly onto Yaldhurst Road. These cars can use the other exit. Cars wanting to make the right-hand turn from Main South Road will then not be surprised by the sudden appearance of these cars leaving the car park and will give the drivers much greater certainty of the traffic coming their way. Synchronize the traffic lights. They're still not synchronized. Rumble strips, not speed bumps, can be added to the approach to the intersection from all directions, alerting drivers to be cautious. Road markings near Hanson's Lane can make drivers align like the left-hand lane is for Main South Road only and right-hand lane is for Yaldhurst Road only, so there's no switching lanes at the last minute. We need cost-effective measures and solutions which will only be there for a few years. As I said, the Main South Road is to be the major corridor, and when we have this influx of all these people coming from who knows where, we need to keep that in mind and start training the drivers away from Yaldhurst. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Thanks for coming in, Diane. I'd like to welcome Mike Mora and Cheryl, who will speak to us on the same item and representing the Greater Hornby Residents Association. Welcome, Mike. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome,
nice
Cheryl.
to be here.
Yeah.
Morning.
And thanks for allowing us the opportunity to present here today as well to your staff. So, as you know, this has been around, it's been through the community board, they haven't been able to make decisions, it's a bit of a nightmare, but anyway, hopefully, after today, that we will be able to do it once and do it right. And as Diane said, the Main South Road into Rickerton Road has historically been the way into Christchurch for well over 100 years. And in my lifetime, I can remember Blenheim Road didn't exist. So what we've got to do is to keep that road open for major, public transport systems, all of that sort of stuff. It's just got to be. It has to be open. You can't have the Main South Road all of a sudden closed off. Kaboom, that's it. You're not allowed to go. You've got to use Blenheim Road, or you've got to go here, or you've got to go there. It does not make a lot of sense. We are very lucky to have Blenheim Road, as it used to be from the Canterbury sale yards to the Christchurch City Abattoir. It was a stock route years ago. And, in my lifetime, it turned into, a 4-lane highway. And it's just, that's taken a hell of a lot of pressure off, but we must keep this intersection open. Keep the right turn open, and I'm really pleased to have the options put before us today to consider. Certainly not in favour of option A, but definitely we're very happy with option B, or something near around about that. But with option B, we'd still like to see a fence down the middle so that people can't just go wandering across from Countdown across the road. So that's what we want. And just do it once and do it right. And I understand, with the lights going in there, it's going to cut down the accident risk altogether, virtually. It is, with the lights going in there, it's going to cut that right down. So we just need to make sure that happens. Cheryl?
Yeah, I'm with that, but I agree. We need to actually see Mark Peters's option as well, because I've only just learnt about that one. So we would like to be able to see that option as well going forward. And the booms or what you call in front of Woolworths, they definitely have to go. It's just too dangerous,
Yeah.
and I would catch the bus there all the time, and I just see so many near collisions. It's not funny. That's for me today. Thank you. Any questions?
That's the other thing too is take those blips out, because I know they haven't been in there long, but they have been people. But the budget for these options is not that hell of a far apart when you look at them, and it's with the changes coming in, it's definitely going to make people think, oh, this is different. Oh, this is great now. And they know that when they come up to that intersection from Yaldhurst Road, Main South Road, or Riccarton Road into or out of, they're going to know that there is going to be movements, and the accident rate's going to drop completely as far as I can see. It's going to, because you can't take you can't cater for the idiot drivers. But anyway, that's where we're coming from, and please do it once and do it right. The public consultation, as Diane said, is people want that retained. So let's give the people what they want, retain it, and do it once and do it right. And I'm sure people will look back on this in years to come and think, thank goodness we've got it to this stage here today, where there'll be a sensible decision made.
Mike, time for one question from Councillor Scandrett. 23
Thank
seconds.
you. Mike, option C seems to have the least disadvantages. Your thoughts on that? Because it's very similar to the other one. But
Well, stage we've in consultation with others from who I'm here to represent today, we've decided at this stage that option B is the best one. But I agree with you. I've been looked at that as well. So option C is okay. But over 50% of people didn't want to close the right-hand turn, and it keeps it open and it makes it safe for all. So that's
Okay.
What I'm saying is we want option B, but we're a little bit ambidextrous on option B and C.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you very much for coming in. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm sorry I won't be able to be here for the debate on this, but I'll certainly be looking at it. So,
All right, we'll keep that in mind.
you can think that you've got Mike's eyes on you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So remember that, everybody. So we'll now welcome Luke Chandler by Zoom on the same item.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready to go.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important matter today, team. Of the 584 individuals and 11 organisations who submitted on this, 42% supported option A, 37% preferred option C, and 12% preferred option B. And additionally, 9% did not select a preference or did not want any changes. When reviewing these preferences, it's critical to note that nearly half of the submitters, 49%, supported an option that did not close the right-hand turn out of Main South Road. And a number of individuals who opted for option A, including one or two organisations, indicated that they'd be satisfied with option C, suggesting a degree of consensus within the community about retaining this feature. It's also important to note that a large number of people within the ward itself, the Riccarton, Hornby, Horsville Community Board area, supported option C. So my other point is, if you're inclined to opt for option A today, I urge you to do so only after ensuring the necessary improvements are made to Yaldhurst, Pierre Street and Curlitz Road. While this is an NZTA intersection, safety improvements need to be made here, as this is a significantly higher crash risk area than the intersection we're closing. Staff have previously told councillors, including Councillor Kewen, that I was wrong in saying that it ranked at 163 on the list of where it ranked in terms of its danger. That's because council staff have been using a different ranking for assessing its danger risk. I also support Environment Canterbury's concern about removing access onto Riccarton Road eastbound from Main South Road. This route is a vital alternative for emergency detours of several frequent metro public transport services. Without it, maintenance or road closures on Yoldhurst or Curlitz Road would leave public transport without a reliable detour, risking unnecessary disruptions. I also further echo their concerns that the proposed, the changes rather outside the Woolworths have caused some issues, and additional traffic signals could impede the efficient flow of buses along Riccarton Road. This outcome would contradict the city's goals of promoting a sustainable and efficient transportation system. In conclusion, I urge you to carefully consider the significant implications of the proposal on both community preferences and public transport operations. Retaining key access points and alternative routes is essential to maintaining a resilient and effective transport network that serves all the needs of our residents and also our visitors. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That was succinct. Are there any questions?
Nice and quick.
Yes, thank you. Any questions for Luke? Does not appear to be any questions. That was, oh, hang on, we do have one. Don't go, Luke. Councillor Scandrett.
Hi, Luke. Your thoughts on option C?
I personally opted for option C, and that is because it had the most amount of benefits and least amount of disadvantages. And also I would note that just under half of people opted to retain the right turn out, and option C obviously came second after option A, and a little bit hard when you're splitting the vote between two options that want to keep it open and one option that wants to close it. But yes, I would have supported option C. That is the one that I submitted on.
Thank you very much, Luke. Cheers.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luke. Well done. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to invite Anne Scott from Spokes to speak on the same item. Morning, Anne. Just push your mic up. Yeah.
Kia ora koutou, ko Anne Scott toko ingoa. I'm here to speak on behalf of Spokes Canterbury on Church Corner. Church Corner is an interesting area because it's really got a lot of cyclists and pedestrians and and others who are trying to cross the road at the same time, as a lot of traffic. 58.6% of the submitters perceived the Church Corner as unsafe or very unsafe, and the complexity is due to the weaving of the vehicles combined with more vulnerable users, which makes the area... Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Which makes the area unsafe. And you can see when I took these pictures, there had been yet another crash turning right on this road. So I had it's a bit hard to see, but I actually spent an hour at Church Corner surveying who was using it, where they were going, both pedestrians and cyclists. And there's a lot of movements there at this particular time, which is the busiest time for traffic as well. And you can see that actually there's a real need for a really safe crossing here because a lot of people are taking a lot of risks. So option A is the best option. It provides a safe crossing for pedestrians and cyclists. It simplifies the movement by removing the right-hand turn, so there'll be a lot less accidents. It provides traffic lights that only work when triggered, so that there is a good flow of traffic along the Yoldhurst Road, which will reduce congestion and speed up the buses. And it includes cycle lanes through the various intersections on both sides, making the crossing at Woolworths safer. I didn't actually put anything in my presentation about option B because it's actually the really worst option there is, and so I didn't think anyone would support it. Essentially what it does is it makes people go through a zigzag, which means that anyone using a push chair or on a cargo bike or anything else has got a real problem getting through it. The zigzag is difficult for cyclists. If you put fences along there, you're fencing off the locals from the places they want to go. Someone said that you could use cycle lanes that are further away, but you actually can't get, if you live in this area, to the cycle lane. in a safe way. And you want to shop. I mean, I shop in this area. You know, I go to restaurants, I go to the Countdown, whatever it's called now, to get to the Cycleway or get to the schools. And there are a lot of school children using it. When you see those numbers up there, 2/3 of those numbers are school children at 8-10, and they need to be safe, and they're not at the moment. So Spoke strongly supports option A. We also just really appreciate the shared path to Break Street, which will make a safer route to Villa Maria, and we do not understand the need to remove part of the cycle lane westbound. So if anyone's got any questions.
We do have time. Councillor Scandrett.
Again, option C, your thoughts?
Option A is the best. Option B should not even be considered.
Yep.
Option C is there, and it does provide some benefit because it's still got the way of the crossing the roads, and it will still provide some pulsing for the crossing at Woolworths.
Yep.
But when you think about that, you think about in the future. Someone was saying that the main south road will be the way in, but that's the way for the new bus rapid transport or mass rapid transport, and so we shouldn't be getting drivers to get used to using that road because we actually need that space later on to actually get efficient public transport through to Hornby and various other places.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Excellent. Oh, Councillor Johansson.
Thank you, and thank you for the work you've done into your submission. I'm not sure if you've seen ECAN's submission and seen the other submissions from some of the local schools, but the majority of the local schools and ECAN both strongly supported option C for public transport and safety issues. How does that change your mind in terms of option A? I mean, they were certainly ECAN was very much against option A because of the public transport impact.
So I think ECAN, I still think that it's better to keep that for buses later on for or mass rapid transport. Spokes strongly supports option A. So I did see what the schools and the ECAN was suggesting, but option A was the preferred from our members by a large margin.
Okay, thank you, Anne. We're out of time. So thank you very much once again for coming in and giving us your time.
Thank you.
So I'd now like to welcome Liz Orr from St Peter's Anglican Preschool on the same item.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Liz Orr and I have the privilege of being the head teacher of St Peter's Anglican Preschool at Church Corner. We sit in the middle of the triangle between Curlitz Road, Main South Road and Yoldhurst Road. So this corner is very well known to us. I just want to make some general comments before I talk about the impact for our preschool. I'm grateful for the time the council has taken to investigate this option and put it out for public consultation. However, I felt that only 2 weeks for consultation this time was a pretty quick turnaround, particularly at this time of the year when other things are ramping up towards the end of the year and with Christmas coming. I also, in terms of the feedback, I would have really liked to have seen all the options. I know that there was some options presented for the community board and there were some options from here. I'm very curious about Councillor Peters' option because he is someone that's very familiar with that area, and I kind of feel that what we've been presented with is not necessarily all the options that are available, potential options that are available for this corner. I look closely at the 3 options, and for us, I personally voted for option C because I see that as a good compromise for everybody. And I think there wasn't much different, from memory, there wasn't much difference in cost between option B and option C. In terms of our preschool, as I've stated here before, we are a Christian multicultural preschool. Most of our families, I think currently 37 out of 41 families are recent immigrants to our city. And also some of our staff, we have staff who have recently moved into the city. So we're passionate about supporting children, families and staff into integrating into New Zealand and Christchurch society. We want them to long-term feel comfortable here and become New Zealanders without losing their own culture. Since the earthquake, our city has become a lot more multicultural, and at our preschool we want to do everything we can to welcome them. And so one of those is helping them, support them, get their families, their children to and from preschool, which is an issue. So one of the things we do, as I've mentioned before, is we run a van service that goes to people's homes and picks up children and brings them to preschool and or delivers them home at the end of the day. We have multiple van runs through the day, and so the van is on the road. At one stage, it was on the road for 30 hours a week. So that's quite a significant amount of time supporting our families, because in a lot of cultures, in some cultures that our children come from, the mums don't drive the families, the dad's out at work. And so we can support that by providing the van service. And so to be able to do that, we need to have access around the city. So certainly keeping the right-hand turn open at Church Corner would help that, because we go in all directions away from preschool around the city. So when I looked at the options, I looked at option A, B and C. I like the idea, as the first speaker said, about synchronised traffic lights through there and keeping an option, keeping the traffic moving for traffic as in foot traffic, bike traffic, bus traffic, car traffic, scooter traffic, every type of traffic there is. That I like to look at it holistically and think, what is the best for everybody? That big picture rather than just one type of user. And I think that option C provides the best compromise for everybody, that improves safety, which is a concern at this corner, and also keeps the traffic moving, particularly when Main South Road is going to be long-term a main arterial. So that was kind of all I had to say on this at this stage. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming in. And we know the children are important. Are there any questions? We've got time for a quick question. Anybody? Thank you very much. Well, that brings us to the end of our deputations. We have no petitions today. So now I'd like to get a mover and a seconder to receive the open and PX council minutes as items 5, 6, 18 and 19. Moved, Councillor MacDonald and seconded Councillor Harrison Hunt. All those in favour say aye.
Excuse me.
I beg your pardon?
Can I ask a question about the minutes around Scrutton's Road?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes?
Yep.
It's not a PX one, is it?
No.
Okay.
No. I was sure that we included in the resolutions there for a meeting to be arranged with Kiwi Rail Board as soon as possible, but there's nothing mentioned there in any of the resolutions.
Did we just agree to do that, or did we record it as a resolution?
Yeah, it possibly wasn't a resolution, so it may be an action that we've gone through internally, so we can follow up on that.
If you could follow up, that would be appreciated.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Peters. So, did I put the motion in the end? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed, that's carried. That brings us to the council reports. So we start off with item 7, which is the Taylor's mistake update on licence status. Good morning, Angus.
Good morning. And I've got Kathy Jardine
Kathy,
from my leasing team, who's been doing all the hard work on this.
Yes.
I might give a little bit of an introduction. In 2000, firstly, the batches at Taylor's Estate's been an ongoing issue for this council for decades. I won't go into the history of that, but in 2018 we went out for consultation and there was a hearings panel formed. They put a report to the council in April 2019. And that had a whole set of resolutions about licensing batches and dealing with a lot of the issues there. We've been working through putting those resolutions in place since 2019, and we've reached a point where some decisions need to be made. We've got some people that have not engaged with us or have not signed licences, so we need to make a decision about that. We've got some abandoned batches. We've got one batch at least and maybe a second one that want museum status, and that was something that the hearings panel talked about and resolved, but that needs further clarification, and we need to work through what that means in terms of ownership, funding, ongoing maintenance and costs. And then as we've worked through this, we've had at least one batch owner that's asked to connect to services. And that creates a whole raft of technical issues and issues for council in terms of rates and licensing and rentals and that sort of thing. So we've got about 4 or 5 complex issues we need decisions on and want to work through. This report suggests that the council create a working party to do that. Some of the reasons why we've gone for that is to put all this in one report would be way too complex, because each of those issues on their own deserve an options analysis and report. And doing it in one hit would be unwieldy as well. So we're suggesting a working party of councillors that can work with staff, call in the appropriate technical person for each of those decisions, and then put forward recommendations on each of them to council. We see this as a process that will have multiple meetings probably over the next 6 to 8 months.
So multiple meetings because there's so many issues to deal with, is that correct?
Yeah, each of those issues is complex in its own right. Take the services one, for example. We're going to have to bring in 3 waters people. That's going to have legal people. It's going to have the rating team involved. We're going to need to talk about what we deal with rates. So that issue on its own is quite complex in itself and requires some technical staff advice that may be different to the other issues, such as abandoned batches.
Yeah. And then the idea is that working party would bring in recommendations to council eventually.
Yes.
And that's a finite time frame of how long?
We haven't put a time frame on it. I think if we get together a working party, we could draw that up and have a plan. What we want is some councillors that will take some ownership of this and become subject matter experts in this issue.
Right. Okay. Councillor Templeton.
Thanks. So I've talked to Bruce about the merits or not of just having all of council just have workshop, those kind of things. The feedback is that might be too complicated for that. But if we're saying it's really complex and each of these decisions is complex, then surely there's the risk of a small working party putting forward a recommendation and then council just relitigating it because they don't understand the issues. Like, there's a risk of that just being relitigated again once it comes back to council. And how would we resolve that?
Well, I would hope that you have a working party that all of council have some trust and confidence in.
Yes, and perhaps we could have a council briefing prior to that report coming.
Yeah.
So briefing on the recommendations of the working party, so that that would probably be a way around that.
So there's a couple of other things though. So the abandoned batches. So there's a couple of those in Hobson's Bay, for example, where there's a significant amount of damage to those batches. There's a lot of people entering them, strewing debris from them over the foreshore.
Councillor, is this relevant to the high level decision
but
today?
how do we do a process that enables a decision on the removal of those ahead of summer? Well, we're in summer now. So, there's been significant complaints about these abandoned batches.
So you're asking if you can accelerate some of the recommendations?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is already a staff delegation to just do that.
Yeah,
I'm not quite sure why it needs a separate decision.
Yeah, I don't want to dive into debating each of the issues, but that issue in itself is complex because you've got ownership issues, like who is liable for that structure. Is it council? Is it the batch owner? Then you've got health and safety issues, and where does that sit between us and the batch owner? And then those people haven't signed licences either, so those legal issues are unresolved. So I think that just highlights the complexity of the discussion we need to have to arrive at a decision.
And couple that with 3 weeks till Christmas, it's, pardon?
Workshop on it seems a sensible way forward.
I'm just like, I'm really wary on this particular issue. Like, if it's a technical legal thing, then it's not really a working group recommendation. I think it should be a staff recommendation, just on what to do with those abandoned ones as a start. Like it, yeah.
Yes, but you're pulling out one thing out of the complex amount of issues, which staff are recommending that we deal with all in one package.
Well, no, because they're saying each one. They were saying that one package is too big, and that we'd work
Not
through
for a
one
working-
issue at a
Not for a
time.
working group.
Yeah, well, that we are saying that each of those issues is too big to be dealt with in one report or one information session. So that's why we're suggesting split it up.
I think so.
Does Mary have the delegation? She does. Yeah. Yeah. So look, if the abandoned batches is an issue and a priority, the chief executive does have a delegation on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's been highlighted.
But what
And
we're saying is these are controversial issues, and we believe we should work through it in a more
So
measured manner.
Councillor Templeton, you could put a recommendation in that the chief executive pays urgent attention to the abandoned batches issue.
Like a workshop with the councillors before making that.
Yeah, but
Okay,
I mean, it
all
could be that it could be that
You'd
this
prefer
could be
a
one of those
recommendation from a
ones
working
where
group
No,
on
no,
that.
no. I think if we're doing that one, it would be good to workshop it
Well, we have
before
a-
I do
yeah.
it with council.
Okay,
but
so,
I'm not-
but look, you can identify that abandoned batches as an urgent priority through the chief executive, if you wish to do that in a resolution. Would that be okay?
yeah, I mean, it could be that we have a workshop on that, but like just
Yes.
getting
Well-
that one sorted, or that a report come to
Yep.
council on that
Yep,
particular
chief
issue.
executive's got that. So
Yeah, I
can you,
took Phil down to have a look at them, and he was.
can we cobble up a resolution on that one? So I've got more questions. Councillor Fields?
Thanks, Ten. So there are batches in Banks Peninsula, Port Levy, French Farm, other areas that fit the criteria, the same sort of history and criteria. They're on public land and often are actually impinging on people that actually genuinely own private land. To what extent does what's been decided and what this decision might represent? Are they in scope at all, or is that completely a different conversation?
This is
Yeah, I think, Councillor, that's a separate matter from today. Would it be best if we came back with separate advice on that matter?
Yep. Thanks, Bruce.
There could be learnings for them through this process. Councillor Johansson?
I mean, I was just, there's a number of complexities to this. I was really interested in the impact on mana whenua, where we're told this is not a significant decision, and it does not involve a matter of interest to mana whenua. Yet we know with batches around Canterbury, actually mana whenua have had very strong views on that, and so I'm just wondering whether
Rough
we could,
response to that.
if we've checked with our treaty team about mana whenua's view.
Yeah, but this report doesn't deal with a substantive issue. This is setting up a working party, and that issue doesn't have a significant impact on mana whenua, but the substantive decision will have, and that's something the working party need to consider.
I'm just mindful of
So we
what-
don't want to get distracted by the fact this report isn't resolving the issues. It's setting up a process to resolve them.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer a briefing or a workshop before we make decisions at the council around this. But I also do think it's important to hear from mana whenua. I will note with the Three Waters stuff that we got involved with, we got a lot of criticism from mana whenua over the process for even signing up to anything. So, I just think we need to take a cautious
Do we
approach.
want mana whenua representation on a working party, perhaps? I don't know if that's appropriate or not. Can I get advice on that?
I think we'd take that on notice and talk to
Thank-
mana whenua before commenting on their behalf.
Thank you.
There was
Councillor
feedback
McClellan?
from mana whenua as part of the original hearings
Yeah.
panel process.
You're right. Councillor Keown. Councillor Keown, do you have a question?
Yeah, my one was just around the height of these above sea level. Aren't they gone soon? And
Do we have an answer?
Well, that will
will
be
that
one of
be
the...
in there?
Well, that's just another complexity that we need to work through in making a decision.
Right.
I mean, the hearings panel has made some substantive decisions, and we're on a path and to get these licensed. We just need support and a process and a working arrangement to make the decisions around that.
Because these are the perfect canary in the mine for measuring.
That's right, that's
sea level
exactly
rise.
right. Look, I'd like to
Right
move this, and I've got some names to pop in there. Councillor Donovan? Oh, do I have a seconder, first of all, for this? Councillor Templeton, thank you. Because I think we've included your... Councillor Donovan?
Just a question around the working group. Do you have a view, because I'm not clear on the number of people that will be appointed, is it 3 to 5, is it?
That's what we're suggesting, is being workable.
So is that something we'll be looking to decide today?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because I'm aware that we recently made the call that 3 is about the optimal number to make sure it's the most efficient. So is that something that you'd like advice on now as part of this process?
Well, it's up to the council to decide who they would like.
So we should specify that as part of that process.
In discussions with the Mayor and Chief
Yeah.
Executive this morning, we would like to suggest that Councillor Templeton, McClellan and Coker be the councillor representatives, and then the community board, the local community board, will select 2 representatives from the board. Now, I haven't asked those 3 councillors if they are prepared to go on there. Are you happy to do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
That's what.
And they will elect their chair.
Did you want to add mana whenua to that?
Scandal. I think it's scandal right here.
Well, no, but I mean, you know, they have raised concerns about our processes.
Can I just say that without knowing whether they would want to be involved or not, it's hard to...
Or could we maybe invite them or ask them for consideration? Or we've also got a treaty team. Have we had any advice from the treaty team on this?
Staff just said that they were going to go and...
No, I mean just in terms of the appropriate way, in terms of the working party, to have mana whenua representation.
I think we'll go through the community board for the other 2 members. I think it's kind of a good... No?
Would you have a preference to be part of it instead of Councillor Coker?
If you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Harrison Hunt?
What you could do is you could add a noting amendment to say to talk about your intention to work with mana whenua and how they'd want to do it. So that would probably address Councillor
To
Johansson's...
include that as a noting report?
Because what came out
That's
of
right,
3...
just noting provisions say, council notes that they...
But what came out of 3 Waters was they wanted to be involved before the decision was made around what we do.
Yep, that's good.
Well, we're
Thank
making
you.
the decision today and we haven't involved them. So we are making a decision today.
Mine staff
There are
have heard
options
that
in the
message loud
report.
and clear and agreed that they are undergoing that process already. So we've got the
But that was a long
recommendation
time
up
ago,
there with a
and there
couple
might
of
be new people
changes.
involved. And also
We've
there's
got
an
the
issue
working
between...
party nominated.
The chair's talking. Can we just have a bit of decorum around the table, please?
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. Is there? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any debate? All right, I'll put the motion. Councillor Templeton.
Yeah, I mean, these are issues that need resolving. It's been a long period of time now since the original decision was done. I am wary about just having a working group, and if council vote for this today, please don't just relitigate it when it comes back halfway through next year. If you've trusted a group of councillors to go away and do this piece of work, please don't make a big fuss about it when it comes back. That's all I'm saying.
Look, I mean, that is very well said, and as staff have said, that this working group will become almost experts in this area because they'll be intensifying their time on each issue by issue. And then we will follow that with a councillor workshop with recommendations from the working group, staff representation, and hopefully we will be ready to make a decision when it comes to council. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So item 9 is the Addington Brook... Oh, sorry. Item 8, Mayor's Welfare Fund delegation amendments. And we've got Josh.
Yeah.
Would you like to give us a brief introduction, including any changes that you've made to the report?
Yeah, would love to.
Great.
Morena elected members. So really this was an opportunity to provide just a brief update on the actions of the Trust over the last year, which in short is extremely positive. So we field around 5 to 10 inquiries a week from individuals who are facing financial hardship, either directly through the call centre or through some referrals through partner agencies. This report addresses some delegations changes, which I think is a really pragmatic solution from legal around how we continue to operate in a healthy way. Essentially, it raises the delegations for staff slightly, and that's because the cost of things over the last decade or so has increased. So it allows us to keep meeting those in a way that is feasible for the applications coming through. There's a healthy balance for the trust, and we continue to operate well.
Do you have like a kind of a most commonly requested help for what?
Yes, energy is very common. Over winter, we get a lot of firewood requests, and rent arrears as well through landlords of individuals is also quite common.
Right, interesting. So with the energy one, we can see that potentially increasing big time next year with the costs going up as well.
Quite possibly, yeah. We're also looking as a trust about working with some agency partners for some of the emergent areas that we're seeing. So we see a lot of gambling problems with the individuals we see, particularly online gambling. There's a lot of afterpay and credit card debt. So we're engaging in talks with Community Energy Action, for example, and Purapura Whetū, who have done some work around online gambling about how we might want to proactively address some of those.
Right, so pointing them to some areas where they can get help.
Absolutely,
right.
Yeah.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
Kia ora, guys.
Kia ora.
I noticed that in the 2023-24 year, the financial literacy community groups have slowly dwindled away. Are we currently bringing on board any other financial literacy organisations or continuing to work with them?
We refer clients through to budget mentoring services when we see that there's a need. That's I think a larger challenge that we're seeing in the funding space is the number and particularly financial support for those services. We use them well through this trust, and then separately through council funding. It's an area that we're really aware of as people are finding it financially tight. Yeah.
And mental health tends to be the next one down the line. Are we doing a bit more work in that space too? I do know that it's a central government.
Yes. So the purposes of this trust don't cover mental health support, but that's where we partner with our agencies who sit on the advisory committee to help. So when we get a call through and we identify there's a mental health problem or a budgeting problem or any other situation, the goal is that even though we don't solve it, we can lead them to the right places.
Great. So the partnership is more of a referral system. So if someone comes to the trust then see, there's another organisation that's really perfectly fit for you, then you refer them on to them.
Yes, we do our role in the financial space,
yep.
And then leave it for the others.
And you've got quite a wide variety of members on the committee as well from various organisations. So, and how often do you meet?
Quarterly.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Hens, are you wanting to move this perchance?
Yeah, I mean, as the chair of the group, I'm not sure if I can or whether I've got a conflict. I'm not sure, but happy just to support it.
Councillor Barber, do you want to move?
Maybe it's better if someone not on the thing, especially because I am named in the delegations. But
fair enough.
I just wanted to clarify for my colleagues, if I could, just very quickly, that we changed the trust deed. So the trust is actually the council. The group that was meeting used to be sort of referred to as the trust, but that's more of an advisory committee. So through the trust change, we've clarified the different roles to make sure that we're acting in accordance with our trust. And what that's meant is we've had to change the delegations as well to make sure that the delegations sit at the appropriate level of the trust, not the advisory committee, which actually cannot be delegated the role of the trust. So staff have done a lot of work with legal to clarify the different things that we're doing. And the key takeaway, as staff have said, is that we want to increase the delegations because the staff are seeing more people coming through with higher costs to deal with the basic needs that they're approaching the trust for. And we thought it was prudent to give staff the ability to respond as quicker rather than and with more funding compared to what we've previously done, which hasn't had an increase for a number of years, probably over a decade, I think staff have said. There are also some other things that we're doing around dental, which is one that's been identified, and very much the advisory committee is trying to build partnerships to try and get better outcomes for people that are coming to us with the need that they see, alongside the funding. So one of the funding applications, for example, is to look at community energy action, which Josh talked about, to look at support for renters to have more energy efficient interventions to reduce the cost of power that we're seeing. So we're looking at some of those things as well.
Excellent.
But cool. I mean, I'm happy to support it, but it's probably best I sit back as chair. And I just wanted to give you a little bit more context about
Thank you.
what I
And
think is here.
it seems that we've entered into debate anyway. So is there any more debate? So if there isn't, it's been moved and seconded. And thank you for those comments, Yanni, and thanks for the job that you're doing on that committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's carried. Okay, item 9.
If you just note that I just took no part in the vote.
Yep.
Cool. Thanks.
Addington Brook enhancement, stage 2. Oh, moved and who was
And you seconded.
moved and seconded?
McDonald seconded.
Mark Mullaney, project manager for stormwater and waterways delivery. No small job. Welcome.
Take it as well.
Yeah. So we're taking this as read, but I'd like to invite you to make any comments that you'd like to highlight in your report.
Well, I think some of the main. I think some of the main things probably are just that it's what we're doing, I guess, is going to promote safety in Addington Brook. So there's a 3-meter drop in several locations there, and there've been a couple fatalities. So by doing this project, we're going to make the very used public park much safer for the public. Along with that, there's a bunch of stormwater benefits. So ecologically, the waterway is very poor. So ECAN's declared in 2014 that this is one of the most polluted waterways in the Christchurch West Mountain Zone. So that's essentially most of Christchurch. And this project will improve the water quality along with another filtration system project further on, but this is part of it. And then it'll also improve the ecological benefits of the project. And then along with that, there are some trees that need to be cut down, but a big highlight is we've transplanted about 25 in that area, and we'll also be planting 500 new trees. And what that does is it kind of creates a cycle of trees. So right now there's a lot of trees that are the same age and height, but with the new trees coming up, you create a cycle then, and it'll continue for decades. So as trees have to be cut down or maintained or die, there'll be other trees there to replace them to maintain the canopy. So overall, and if you've looked at, maybe one last comment would be stage 1. If you look at the work we've done through there from basically near the netball courts up to the cricket fields, it's beautiful work. Big differences between before and after photos in the report if you look at those. And we just like to continue on with the great work we're doing.
Yes, it is. And I know that when I was on the Christchurch West Melton Zone Committee, that was a lot of work done on that Addington Brook with the working group there for many years. And the filtration, is that upstream or down?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. So the filtration system, there's 2 of them, one for Addington Brook and one for Riccarton Stream. And I'm not involved with that part of it. Another project manager is, but I know a little bit about it. So the one on Addington Brook would be just outside of Hagley Park. And it would intercept it there, and that's the initial proposed location that they're looking at for design and investigating. And then the other initially proposed location for Riccarton Stream would be in Hagley Park near the maintenance building and the maintenance yard, but that's all still being investigated. And I think there was a question at an earlier council meeting, and to answer that, would public consultation be required? It typically would for all of our projects, depending on what they are. It's always a possibility. And in this location, probably the one on Riccarton Stream, since it's in Hagley Park, would probably definitely. But these are all kind of initially investigated design things for that project. I probably don't know too much more, but if you have any other questions, you can contact that team.
That's great. Thank you very much. So it's great work, and it's particularly since it runs through our sacred Hagley Park.
Yeah.
It's really important that it's on display for the public, and it's really important that it looks good. But not only that, it's water quality. There's a lot of pollutants coming there from Riccarton area and Addington. And while we do try and treat those at source preferably, they're still coming in. So excellent work. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thanks for the amazing work.
No, great. Thanks a lot.
Awesome. Item 10, the Food Resilience Network. And we've got, is it Josh again, Gary and John? Are you going to introduce this for us or just take it as read?
Just very briefly, just to say that we have done a lot of work around this report. We received an application for a loan earlier in the year and have been kind of working through options, and so the accumulation of that is presented to you today.
Thank you. Was there anything you wanted to add to the recommendation? That you're working through that security issue?
Security.
Just a comment around the possibility that was brought up at the committee last week around the security.
Yeah.
We'll just need a little bit more time. It'd be great to have some time just to have a look at what the implication of that is, because it's on our land.
Yeah.
And so what taking that off would mean, but we're happy for it to be considered.
That's great.
If the council were of a mind to ask council to do some work there, we've taken the liberty of drafting a recommendation that may be suitable, and that's with the secretary at the moment.
Okay, can we have a look
Only
at
if
it?
council were of a mind.
Where is it?
Coming up.
It's coming up. There we go. Request staff to investigate options to modify the council's security interest over the Otakaro Orchard project facility in order to allow the Food Resilience Network greater ability to secure third-party funding and report back to the council in February 2025. Is that enough time for you?
Yes.
Great. Okay, I think that looks fair and good, because when Hayley made a public forum the other day, she said that actually they were tied by that, and that will enable them to go out and seek third-party funding that's not council. Also, offering this the 34,939 to cover the 1 year of interest in principal on the loan gives them that time to work up other funders as well. So I think that's a very good solution here. Right, we'll open it up for some questions. Councillor Curran, then Councillor Templeton.
Yeah, so I have some concerns over this one, because some of the things that Hayley is saying and some of the members of the group differ from what's in our report. And so I don't think we should be making this decision today, because the two aren't lining up. And this is potentially a very valuable asset to the city. I believe it's a tourist attraction that should be open as soon as possible. Is there any chance that we can do a non-public workshop of some sort with their group and Hayley in here and the staff, so we can get the exact lay of the land and get to an outcome that works for everyone?
So the basic,
or we do that and everyone's not happy, and we'll still make this decision.
The basic view of where staff are from here is that currently they have a $150,000 loan that they're unable to service currently. So I don't think it's financially prudent, personally, to ask staff to recommend, and they're not, providing them a further $350,000. But this solution that we've come up with today gives the Otakaro Orchard time to get on their feet, and we can look at it again later on. And I don't know that a workshop's going to help that, Councillor Curran. But we'll keep it in mind. Councillor Templeton?
It's strange to be saying this, but I was going to suggest the same thing as Councillor Keon. I think it's actually good for us to be able to discuss the more commercially sensitive parts of it with the group. And I mean, I was going to also look at maybe whether there was a different amount. What level would staff be comfortable at?
Well,
those kind of
why
things.
don't
And I'm
you
just
ask that
wondering if a
question
bit
now?
more work needs to be happen on that. So, is there a different amount level that you would feel more confident with. Because I don't know from the group, for example, whether it's all or nothing on this. So, those kind of things I think haven't been teased out yet.
We've spent quite a bit of time with this group, and so the reality is at the moment there's a $150,000 loan that's been out there that there's been no repayments on. That the first repayment of principal was due in August after extending just interest only for an extra 18 months. So there is one payment that is already unable to be paid in August. The next one in December will unable to be paid. The $34,939, if that was granted, would cover through to the middle of next year. I guess from us, we're just merely saying that a $350,000 loan to complete a building after council contributing $350,000 already is a big question. And so from our viewpoint, that financially is a struggle. I get the importance of the project, but that's not what we're asked about. We're asked about
I think we need to add too that actually there's only 209,000 in the loan account at the moment, so they couldn't get 350 anyway.
Yeah.
And secondly, that council's not cutting them off. It's like what you've offered today is actually implying that we still support the project and we want to give them time to get on their feet. It's not easy times to raise money, we know that. John?
Essentially, the rationale behind the officer recommendation is there's insufficient evidence of the ability to repay, insufficient evidence of the ability to complete the project, and there's a lack of clear project assumptions and project planning. We've had 5 or 6 sets of eyes over this, including an independent. That is the background for the recommendation that we allow the group a year's grace to reformat, come back, provide additional information and move on from there. So that's really the rationale that underpins the officer recommendation.
So, because, I totally agree with Councillor Kerr, and I really believe in this project too. I think it's going to be a really successful project in the centre of city, and I look at the building now, it's incredible. Could we, to give comfort, could we put a noting addition in here that inviting the group to come back, not demanding, but inviting them to come back and engage with staff, say, May, June? You said 6 months they'd get?
We could say we've had ongoing.
Yeah.
Josh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so can
we
we
could
put
do
it,
that.
say, in May next year, and that would give us, we'll see how we go there.
Yeah.
Councillor Scandrett?
Thank you. So, irrelevant of the value of this project, and I might be a wee bit slow here, but they haven't made any payments on the loan that they've got of $150,000.
No.
The interest they've paid.
I'm asking staff.
Since
Thanks.
September.
Yep. So the $34,939 that we're discussing is going to go to them to pay us.
We would put that on the loan.
On the loan to spend on other things.
We would pay that off the loan, which gives them a year's grace from September this year.
And they want to get rid of the loan of $150,000, which would be then $180,000 or whatever it is. So if they
we wouldn't be adding it to the loan.
We wouldn't add it. We would use it to pay their payments for a year.
Their payments for what?
For the $150,000.
That's what I just said before.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
So
interest and principal.
Yeah, to us, because the loan's with us. So we're paying ourselves. So I'm just clarifying it for the ratepayers who might be listening. So we're paying them to pay us, which they haven't done, basically. So with the discussion with the third party, so they don't have a loan, so that would help them with third parties. Where are these? Why haven't any third parties come to them yet? Because
I can't answer that question. You'd have to ask them. My understanding is that they've applied, but because we've held security over the project, that's been the issue.
Yeah.
So is it? Because my concern is there's and as it was mentioned by my fellow councillor, that hard times are here now, and it is really hard to get funding for a number of organisations, and it's just because it's a reflection of more people need more. So I'm just wondering if, in the ether, these third parties, what happens if if they're non-existent, and we've forgiven them the loan, of which will be around about, well, let's be honest, it's rising because we're giving them money to give us back, which they haven't given us. So that's actually, they're getting close to 200 grand.
Yeah. So it's the crux here is they have a cost to complete their building, and they need that building operational in order to repay the loan. And this is to Councillor Temperton's question about, can we change the number? The group have advised us that really any smaller than 350 additional wouldn't get them to a place of being able to open and operate, and so they wouldn't be able to pay back the amount.
So there's no...
So if a third party, let's say we released the security and a third party didn't come, they would still be in the same situation of needing to finish the build.
But is a third party going to be like a mortgage against the building?
That's what they're suggesting.
But they can't afford the loan they've got now, so they're saying that if they finish the building, they will be able to function and be paying off money.
Correct.
But not to us, not to the ratepayers of Christchurch.
Yes.
They can
to us and the third party lender.
So we've forgiven a loan of rising up to $200,000, which is what we're talking about. So they can go.
We're talking about releasing the securities on the mortgage,
not the loan,
but keeping the loan.
But then they're going to have a mortgage of a third party against the building, and if you talk to a bank, they will be the first off the line if things go wrong.
Yeah.
So the odds of us ever getting back the 200 or 150 to 200 are about zero. Let's be honest.
That is why we've asked for the little bit of extra time. We just need to work out what that implication is. That only came up last week as an idea, so we just need to work it through a bit more.
Okay, thank you.
And I think, Tim, I think you do have to be careful with that statement. I mean, there's a presentation from Hayley the other day outlining where they believe they're going to get their income for, and they strongly believe that they will be sustainable. So, but this just gives us time to work on it. Who have we got now? Councillor Kewen, then Councillor Donovan, and then Harrison Hunt.
So I'll try and make my request again in a different way, so I'm not repeating myself. But would there be any chance of us in next week's, so holding this over for a week, and in next week's meeting having 30 minutes put aside in PX to bring the group in and do a please explain, and then we make this decision based on that? Because if they can spell it out, I just think too many councillors here are confused. They don't quite understand what's going on here. We had a great presentation, like you just said, from Hayley, and that made sense. They've got what they believe is a business program that will be sustainable, and this thing's an exemplar of what Share an Idea was about, and then we're going to let it fall over at the last minute. I think because the numbers just aren't quite lining up, and that's why we need to do it in PX and everyone know, and then us make the decision after that.
No, there won't be time next week.
Is there another Finance and Performance Committee meeting? There is, isn't there?
We're not debating yet, are we?
No, but I'd like your advice on whether
I guess the challenge I have with it, and I get where people are coming from. The Mayor and I went down there, I think Pauline, you came with us as well, about 2 years ago when we had the Better Off funding. We literally wrote a cheque, I think you came with us, to finish the building. The money hasn't been spent on the building, and they can't repay what we've already lent them.
I think they did spend most of it on the building, but some of them...
well, not from what Hayley was saying last week. So.
Can we? Is there a possibility, Madam Chair, to take this into PX, because there's a lot of commercial sensitivities that we're talking about here? I mean, and then we can come back and ask the questions that relate to this item here, but there's a lot of sensitive things that we're talking about.
Could we deal with this once we go into PX? That would be a better
hang
way
on,
to go.
but I mean, it's public money.
Yes, I know, but we can make the decision in public. The thing is that what we're talking about here is there's some councillors think that there's a discrepancy between the organisation Otakaro Orchard view and our council staff view. So in order to give comfort to, can I have an indication of how
procedural
many
motion.
councillors are actually confused about that? Or
So we've got a procedural motion that has to be taken immediately. So
We're from
Councillor Templeton.
So I'd like to move that the report be left on the table to the next council meeting in order to enable a workshop to be held.
It probably won't be able to go to the next council meeting, or we'll have to take something else off.
it would have to go to finance and performance. I think we'd probably squeeze it in there. Would that be all right?
Or you could say the next available council meeting. It could be the new year.
So, okay, yep, it'll be in the new year. Yeah, but we'll have to leave it up to staff to see when the next available meeting that it'll fit into. We've got chocker agendas and annual plan.
No, that's
Which, if that's what it is,
it's not. Yeah, but it's not moving to a next meeting.
Do you want to adjourn for morning tea and then let people come up with the wording?
Should have held off until the break.
I think it's a sensible thing to do. There is some.
We're not rushing it. Let's talk about it first. Big decision.
It's not going to change.
Or we just have a meeting that's a few minutes longer. I mean, because we haven't seen the upcoming meetings. That the item being discussed, not under debate, that the item being discussed should be adjourned to a specific time and place and not be further discussed at the meeting. So that's a procedural motion. No, this one, the one before it is about debate. So 20.2b is that the motion under debate should now be put, but 20.2c is the item being discussed. Okay.
I'm more concerned with getting your motion really right. It's been. We can put that and move on. So are you happy with that wording that's there now? Please put the report to lie on the table to enable a workshop to be held
as soon as possible.
As soon as possible. As soon as practicable, because there's a heavy workload at the moment for everyone. Okay, is there any debate on that?
A chairperson has the discretion about whether to allow any other procedural motion that is not contained in these standing orders.
Thank you. I'm happy for it to be a motion.
Okay.
Councillor Kieran?
Yeah, I will ask everyone to vote for this to lay on the table because I do believe there is some confusion here. That we had the presentation from the group. For those that have gone down and seen it, I truly believe this will be an asset to the city that's unparalleled to other cities as a tourist attraction. So beyond what it does for a local network of people that are involved in it, and the feel good and the mental health and everything like that, that's one thing. But for me, this is a flagship tourist attraction that no other city or town in this country has anything like it. And we need to get this right, and we need to get it open as soon as possible. So please support this motion to lay it on the table and get to a really good outcome.
Yeah, I won't support this. So the paper's very, very clear in terms of the process we've been through, the amount of time that's gone into it by the council staff working with the organisation. As I mentioned before, I went down and visited them with the mayor, and I'm sure you came along as well, Pauline, and we managed to arrange some better off funding from the team to what was meant to finish the building. That hasn't been finished. The reality is there's not enough money sitting in this pot anyway, so bringing it back to council is simply being unfair on the organisation. What would be more effective would be to request with urgency the work around the security to see whether there's a practical way they can go to another organisation, whether it is someone like Rata, to give them more money, to loan them more money, because the reality is we're being incredibly unfair on them. Bringing this back, which will be in the new year, the reality is the agendas will struggle this side of Christmas. You may get it to F&P at a stretch, but we're going to kick them along and drag them along when the reality is we're just not being fair on them. So I think, people want us to make decisions. We're just pushing something again down the road, and we're being incredibly unfair on an organisation. When we've run through a process, there is not enough money in that budget. The reality is if we are going to give them the money, then we need to add something again into the annual plan. We're meeting about the annual plan next Tuesday as well. So it all just feels very ad hoc when the staff have done a very good report that paints the picture. Look, I agree it's a very awkward situation for them, but we'd be far better to act with urgency around the security and see whether there's a pragmatic way to do something there. Simply loaning them more money they can't repay back is not going to fix their situation at all.
Thank you. And with the will of the mover, can we bring item number 6 into your
Numbers 4 and 6 to bring those into the motion? Because it's a really nice practical way, and
you can't
that
bring
could have just
4
been moved as an
in
amendment.
because that was the decision for today, but you can bring 6 in.
Yep.
So bring
Just
6 in, please.
Yeah. Which he could have just moved as an amendment, but.
So.
Well, no. I mean, if we're going to be petulant, the reality is that that's actually not what I said. That there is requesting staff to investigate options.
Yep.
What I said, Sarah, was that it's acting with urgency for a pragmatic solution. So I'm sorry, we have a different view on it, but the reality is I was trying to find a solution as opposed to playing politics.
Yeah, okay, it's okay. But bringing 6 in is going to help solve the funding issue, hopefully. There's no harm in having it in there.
Sorry, can we just adjourn for morning tea and you guys can chat and sort out what you want to do?
I think we're nearly there. So, Councillor Harrison-Hunt.
Yeah, I really do wish we were able to have a break for a wee bit to just hone in on this, because at the moment, what does seem ad hoc is the process of this procedural motion being put forward. I'm going to support Councillor Templeton's and Councillor Kewen's motion here, but this feels rushed. It feels like we're rushing through before morning tea to get this over the line, and I'd honestly prefer to sit back and get this honed in, because that's what we do all the time. However, I know that it's not possible by way of the chair and council. That's absolutely fine, but I'm going to support this. And I do actually know that we're going to be cramming a lot of things in the agenda in the December month. I know we always do in December, but I'm pretty sure that we can take a lot of reports as read, as we always do, and get that done so we can actually nut this out. So I'm really hoping for December 18th it gets across the line for us to be able to deliberate on. Kia ora.
Bearing in mind it may well be next year. Is there any more debate, or I'll invite Councillor Templeton to close? You right?
Can I just clarify though? Sorry, Pauline, to be difficult, and I feel like I have been difficult with this one. Just be really clear what we're voting on. This is to enable a workshop to then get a paper to another meeting. We have 2 weeks left of meetings for the year, so we need to get a workshop when all of next Tuesday, when we have briefings, we're in an annual plan meeting. I just hope people realise if you're wanting this before the end of the year, it's very, very unlikely.
That's right. Just to be clear, it may not happen till early next year.
Yeah, so
We don't.
And I think that's still okay.
Just to be really clear that Tuesday next week is not a briefing slot. There is no time for
council
workshop.
day.
It's council day.
Okay. All right, closing debate.
So can I just be clear what we're actually, there's 2 resolutions have been passed?
1 and 2.
Right. And they're not procedural, they're just substantive.
Yeah.
Councillor Templeton?
So I'd encourage people to support this today. Having an extra briefing or workshop for half an hour really shouldn't be a particularly onerous thing on councillors here. You know, we are, well paid for 40 hours a week, and being able to slot in an extra half hour before the Christmas shouldn't be a big deal. We have various reports and things that we call for extra work on. This one is a big decision for a particular organisation within the city, which has an enormous potential to draw visitors and support locals. And I would hate for us to be just making a decision quickly when it's very clear from the conversation around the table today that people wanted more information. They didn't feel well enough informed, and I'd hate for us to rush that. So I think a workshop is a really good idea, and I'd encourage people to vote for that.
All right, on that note, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Can you raise your hands for opposed, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do you want them noted? Yeah. Can we note those, please?
So we've got McDonald's, Cooper, Goff, Barber, McClellan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6.
Oh, and Fields.
Yeah. All right, so that is carried. Thank you. And bearing in mind that might not be till next year. So what are we up to? So we'll just move quickly through to item 11, and then we'll break for morning tea. And that's same staff come back to the table, Josh. This is an application for the discretionary response fund from the same group.
And particularly for the operations of the orchard, so separate from the loan, to do with their garden operations.
I'd like to move that we change that from 8,000 to 20, please. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Anyone support that? Sorry, who was that? Councillor Templeton. Are there any questions? Any debate?
Yes, why are you changing it by so much, and for what purpose would be good? Thank you.
Because I think that that she made clear the other day that they do need that to fund their workers to keep going so that they can begin to make money to pay the loan. It's giving them a lifeline a bit further, and I think it's like we are walking beside them. We're not cutting them off. We're really trying to help. And I do think that I would like to recognise the work that staff are putting into this, meeting regularly with them and really trying to help. So I just think this will help at the moment. There's enough money in the fund and I think it would be well spent there, which is why I'm recommending 20. Councillor Harrison-Hunt, Councillor Skendritt.
Could you foreshadow an alternative number?
You can.
12?
Yes, you can foreshadow 12. Councillor Skendritt.
I was going to go back to the original, but I'll second the 12.
All right. If there's no debate, I'll put the motion.
This is a motion for 20.
It's for 20.
So the question was around the sustainability fund. So there's nothing that prevents groups from getting sustainability funding.
No, but that's been exhausted now for the year.
No, I'm just checking in terms of our criteria for the discretionary response. Groups can get sustainability fund and they can get discretionary response fund.
Currently, yes, as long as it's for a distinct and separate piece of work. So they receive sustainability funding for their farm, which was a shoot. This is for their volunteer farm coordinators, so it's separate and distinct.
Right, so it's two different things. And the other thing was, I mean, given that we've got a whole bunch of information in PX, when can we discuss that at a governance level?
Sorry?
There's a whole bunch of information in public excluded, which I hope all the colleagues have read.
The information in PX is solely commercially sensitive, confidential information around the evaluation of the loan. It's not towards this grant at all.
That's right. Okay, so we've got a mover and seconder. All those in favour say aye for the 20,000. Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. So I think that's lost. We'll now put the foreshadowed motion for. Do you? Okay. All right. All those in favour of the 20,000. 1, 2, 3, 4. Harrison Hunt, is your hand up or down or halfway?
He's got foreshadowed.
Yeah, it's all right, but you can still vote on this one.
So those 4.
No, actually, don't.
So 4 was McClellan, Moore, Kewen,
2, 3, 4,
Peters.
5, 6, 4. Do you want me to do it?
Do those voting against want their names recorded?
Yes.
Okay.
For those against?
Those against, raise your hand.
So I have Goff.
Sorry, could we do a division? This is just getting really messy. And I've got to say, let's just keep it tight, please.
So this is a division for the 20,000. Councillor Kewen. Councillor McClellan. Councillor MacDonald.
No.
Councillor Henstock is not here. Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett.
No.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
No.
Councillor Coker.
No.
Councillor Peters.
Yes.
Mary's not here. Councillor Templeton. Councillor Barber.
No.
Deputy Mayor Cotter.
Yes.
Councillor Fields.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson. Councillor Donovan. And Councillor Goff.
No.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 against.
So that's lost. So we'll move to the foreshadowed motion of 12,000.
And could we have a division for this too, please?
Yes, we can have division on this. So I'll put the motion. I'll put the motion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Opposed? No.
I actually called for a division for this.
Yes, I know, but I'll put it first, then we'll call for division.
Okay, this is for the 12,000. Yeah. Actually, sorry, we'll just do it on.
People have to pay for it, Tyler. The money just doesn't appear.
So this is for the 12,000. Deputy Mayor Cotter.
Aye.
Councillor Barber. Yes. Councillor Coker.
No.
Councillor Donovan. Yes. Councillor Fields.
Yes.
Councillor Goff.
No.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson.
Yes.
Councillor Kewen.
Yes.
Councillor MacDonald.
No.
Councillor McLennan.
Yes.
Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Peters.
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett.
Yes.
And Councillor Templeton. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 for, and 1, 2, 3 against.
You didn't call my name out, so I'm supportive.
I think you're a
I'm
no as
aye.
well.
Do I not matter?
I voted for you, Pauline.
All right, so thank you. That's carried. Now, do the recess committee and then we'll break for morning tea. So item 12. So this is during the Christmas break, that the membership be the mayor or deputy and a councillor with a minimum of 3 councillors, noting that if there should be a urgent meeting called, all councillors will be invited to attend, but this represents the minimum number. So we need a name for B. Oh, Councillor Peters.
Putting his name forward.
Putting his name forward. Are you going to be in town? All right. Yeah. Okay. All right, I'll put that motion. Oh, moved and seconded. I'll move it. Councillor McDonald will second. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's carried. So, do you want to read a break for morning tea now?
Yeah.
Come back at 11:30. Thank you, everyone. wait for Councillor Goff to get comfortable. And alrighty, we're now up to item 13, the 6 monthly progress report on the Climate Resilience Strategy implementation. And welcome, Jessica.
Kia ora koutou. So I'm Lisa. Unfortunately, Jessica can't be here today, so...
I'm sorry, welcome Lisa.
Jessica wrote the report, and I hope that I will be able to answer any questions that you might have. There's quite a lot of actions on climate by the council reported in this report, so I have a wonderful set of colleagues here with me who can help me with questions.
Okay, so do you want to take the report as read and invite any questions? I note in here there's quite a significant impact on our program from the government withdrawal of funding here and there. So that's a significant impact on us. At the same time, we're expected to show leadership without the funding. So, and what was the other thing that I noted too? I'll just leave that for now while I go through my report. Are there any other questions or highlights any councillors would like to raise in this report? Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering, in terms of the mass rapid transit, obviously we've got a decision to make today around one of the intersections that may be impacted, and some submitters have referred to it, but are we able to get any sense of what we can do? Even if the government's delaying it, we kind of know where the corridors are. So how can we get progress around protecting those corridors?
Mike, would you like to, or Jane, would you like to answer?
There's a rush.
There's a rush.
Kia ora, councillors. It's a really good question, and it's some work that we're undertaking at the moment with NZTA is to think about if we don't have a lot of resources available, how can we keep this work going, particularly to move to the route designation part of the MRT project. So we're in the process of working through that detail at the moment, and we intend to come back to councillors in the near future to give you an update of where we're at and to let you know the extent to which we're going to be able to progress the project in the next little while.
Are we sorry, it says here we're waiting for the annual plan process. What I'm just trying to understand, is there a lack of resources to actually do the notice of requirements or the designations, or is it is it because we don't have the funding? Like, what is, like, because we just done plan change 14, you know, and I mean, it seems like the longer we leave it, the more expensive it's going to get, and a number of developments are going to happen along these corridors.
I think it's a case for us at the moment of cutting our cloth. Do we have all the money we need to do this piece of work? No, we don't yet, but we're looking at what we can prioritise from operational baselines to frame up the work and progress the designation process at this stage. Right. So do we have all the money? No, we don't, but we're working out what we've got to keep moving.
Okay, so
just to add to Jane's response, in the context of the council's decision on plan change 14, you did agree to an alternative resolution which will go to the minister about a setback along the corridor to require development to be set back, and that will be dependent on the minister's decision.
Yeah, but it may not be enough for what we're proposing either, because that's only what we've currently got in the current plan. So I'm just trying to get a sense of timing, right?
I think the other consideration is to get together whatever case we can in the lead up to the next funding triennium, so that you can start to think about making a case for the next GPS land transport. So there's a lot of work that we need to do to get from A to B, but at the moment we're working out what we can do with what we've got right now.
We'll report back in more detail.
Yeah,
sure.
Thanks.
Thank you. Have you got a time estimate of when that report back might be?
At this stage, we're hoping for it to be early next year to give you a progress update.
Yep.
And we're just currently working through the technical details with NZTA at this stage.
Okay, thank you.
Right. And just the only other question from me, which is on a different matter, was the food-related action plan. I see that's been put on hold. What governance visibility do we have of that work? And is there a specific report back on the Healthy Food Action Plan actions as well that we can see?
Is that in the Sustain 4.4, Yanni, you're talking about, or where?
Yeah, it's what the reference is 116 is the action, page 153.
Yeah, sustainable food systems.
So I'm hoping someone's here from the community team to answer that.
So do you have a timeline of when that work it's in progress to further piece of work and engagement with community boards? Do we have a timeline on how long that's going to take?
I don't have a timeline. I can find that out after this meeting and provide that information to you.
That would be really helpful. Thank you. Councillor Coker.
Thanks. There's all those actions there, which is a long list. I was just wondering if well, I've heard that there's work progressing on the resolution that had happened about tracking emissions in the city, and I can't see that reflected in here. Are you able to comment on that?
So, a resolution on tracking city emissions, or
yeah, there was an idea of having like a something like a emissions thermometer or some other similar sort of thing.
Yes, so I understand that work is progressing with the comms team on that. I understand that something will be coming back to you. Again, I'm not sure when, presumably early next year.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
So once again, perhaps those two at the same time might work out. All right, so I'm happy to move this report. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Templeton. Is there any debate on it? No, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, that's carried. Now look, we've got 15 minutes before Emma Norrish comes in, so I thought, should we go into PX and do that little update?
Oh,
till
she's
12?
actually here.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Oh, kia ora, Emma. I didn't see you hiding up there. Shall we do that? Because, I mean, the next two, Phil wants to be here.
Oh, yeah, so we could...
Oh, well, no, we'll just do her and we'll go into
yeah,
Cranford.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
make any difference.
Yeah.
So, Emma... Oh.
Oh, no, that's... We were told the person wasn't here and we've pulled it off the agenda. So, under... Yeah. What? We weren't doing your report, so we were also doing the one around Cranford.
So, however, the advice we've had was to withdraw item 14 because there was no one to really present it. Are you happy to? I'll just get it.
So, yeah. Yes, I like to see you. Yeah, okay, we'll just
carry on. Especially. Oh, that's going above and beyond. Yeah. No, the reason that we were going to postpone it is because
you've done so much work on it. And yeah.
Mm. So Katie.
Yes.
Yes. So you are here.
Yes.
So thank you.
You really have to get the Specsavers, mate.
No, because it was you that really want to present this. So thank you for coming in. That's really, really good of you. So far away.
Cool. I did have a presentation. Is that
yes?
Yeah.
Up? Is it able to be put up?
Did you send it through, Katie?
I did. It is on. Oh gosh, it's a bit of a kerfuffle, isn't it? It is in the attachments.
Oh, it's in the attachments.
Yeah.
Okay.
And look, so I've had a couple of questions about what time is lunch. We really don't know today. I'm really sorry. We just things are a bit up in the air, so we'll see where it lands. one. We're going to try for one, but it really depends on how it goes. Okay, fire away. Right.
Water under the bridge. There we go.
Go with the flow. Go with the flow.
Sorry for the kerfuffle, everyone. Anyway, hi, I'm Katie Noakes. I'm the Principal Waterways Ecologist in the Three Waters Unit, and today I'm just going to give an update on our Waterway monitoring and research program. Oh yeah, that does work. First of all, why we undertake monitoring. So the main thing is consent compliance. We have, as I'm sure you're aware, the comprehensive stormwater management discharge consent, and under that we have an environmental monitoring program which is quite comprehensive. We also undertake monitoring for a range of council projects and also to be in line with national policies and guidance, and also from requests from mana whenua community and zone committee groups as well. Before I get into the data, the nitty-gritty, I just wanted to pose a little bit of a thinking point, essentially, is what defines a healthy waterway. So a lot of what I'll talk about and a lot of what we as a council tend to focus on is water quality, but that is only one aspect of making a healthy waterway. So there's things like sediment quality, riparian and in-stream habitat, the animals that live in the waterway, how the community interacts with the waterway, and also the physical form. So these are all things that all come together to make a healthy waterway. And essentially, if they don't all work together, they topple over. Right, so our surface water quality monitoring program, we monitor 51 sites across the city, 44 in the city areas and 6 over on Banks Peninsula. We monitor those sites monthly for over 20 different parameters. Sorry, that's quite hard to see on the screen, but because we have such a comprehensive monitoring program, we have a lot of parameters. We use what's called a water quality index score, which kind of summarises all of the different parameters to give an overall score per site, which we can then create per catchment as well. So overall, Banks Peninsula was the poorest catchment and had a water quality score of poor. The next was the Heathcote and the Horswell, which had a score of fair. And then we had the Avon, Styx and the Otakakino, which had a score of good. Overall, the best catchment was Otakakino, which is in the north of the city. And the best sites were the Avon headwater sites, so the Waimari and the Wairarapa stream. The worst sites overall were Curlet stream, which is in the Heathcote catchment, and Almas, which is over in Akaroa. If we break it down per contaminant, so these are the main sort of stormwater contaminants, which are copper and zinc, we can see that in the heavily urbanised areas we have higher levels of these contaminants, and the more rural areas in the north of the city are less affected, essentially. It's important to note that a lot of these contaminants come in wet weather events. This monitoring isn't specifically related to wet weather events. It occurs monthly regardless of rainfall. We do have a separate wet weather monitoring program, but it is extremely difficult to capture wet weather events. If we move to E. coli and turbidity, so turbidity follows a relatively, I guess, pattern you can assume. We've got a lot of the higher levels of turbidity around the Heathcote catchment, which is further highlights the importance of the Port Hills erosion protection program. And then if we look at E. coli, it's a bit more random throughout the city. We did some fecal source tracking in the early 2010s, and that showed that avian source was the large source. So my assumption is with the increase in Canada geese in the city is related to the increase in E. coli levels as well. Just to summarise per catchment, if we start with the Otakakino, which is the top left, that's remained relatively good over time. The main parameter of concern in that catchment is E. coli. If we then move to the Avon, which is top right, overall that's got a fair water quality score and it has been relatively consistent over time. Wairarapa and Waimari are the better sites, and then we've got the lower down sites, so Dudley Creek, Addington Brook and Pages Road, which are the worst in the catchment. The main parameters of concern there are E. coli, dissolved reactive phosphorus and turbidity. If we move to the Heathcote, that's got a fair water quality index score as well. It has fluctuated between poor and fair over time. The main parameters of concern there are the stormwater contaminants, so copper and zinc, as well as phosphorus and turbidity as well. And then the Styx catchment, overall it's been in the good category over time. The best sites, the headwater sites, so close to the spring sources, and the worst sites are within the Kapatahi area, which is heavily industrial catchment. The contaminants of concern in the Styx catchment are again dissolved reactive phosphorus, E. coli, zinc, and turbidity. I haven't shown Banks Peninsula because it's the first year we've been able to conduct any of these trends. They're relatively new sites to the program, or the Hawesville, as the majority of the Hawesville catchment is within the Selwyn district, so we only have a couple of sites there. But overall, it is fair water quality, and the main parameter of concern is copper, zinc, and nitrate. So from a compliance lens, overall half of the sites we monitor triggered further investigation under the consent due to not meeting the levels for TSS, copper or zinc. Nottingham Stream and the Hawesville catchment and the lower Heathcote sites have been prioritised for further investigation. It's important to continue to focus on our erosion sediment control programs, and it's going to take a whole of community approach to improve water body health, and that is both council organisations but also the community as well. We also undertake aquatic ecology monitoring, and that was done in the Styx catchment in 2023 and the Avon catchment in 2024. Overall, the Styx catchment showed that there was lots of willow dominating the margins, sediment cover in the stream was increasing as well, and the EPT taxa, which are the sensitive bugs that are sensitive to pollution, were reducing in presence over time as well. This just shows the aquatic ecology scores based on the macroinvertebrate community, so the bugs that live in the waterways. They're really good indicators of pollution, as if there's any sort of source of pollution, the sensitive species tend to die off. So this shows that in the heavily urbanised areas, you do have reduced waterway health, reduced MCI scores. So even though that paints a relatively depressing picture, if you look at the ECAN's annual data, which is the green dots, it does show that some sites are improving over time. So that's one of the reasons that we're updating our monitoring program to go from 5-yearly to annual. Other monitoring that we undertake include invertebrates and sediment sampling in the estuary. That's done annually. We've done some post-construction monitoring of the Cashmere Stream realignment, which was done as part of the big Te Kuru stormwater basin work. Addington Brook, which was mentioned earlier today, we've done some pre- and post-construction monitoring there of stage 1. We've done some monitoring in number 1 drain, which is where those big floating wetlands went in a few years ago. And we're continuing to do monitoring in the Upper Styx catchment. So that's a catchment that's undergoing some rapid land use change, and we really want to focus on getting some more data out there. I did just add some photos of the Addington Brook stage 1 realignment, which but the monitoring is happening this summer season, so I'll have some results soon, but visually it's looking really good. We also have a relatively large fish passage barrier remediation program. The first big one that we ticked off the list was Monavale, which you can see here is now a nice riffle. We've just undertaken some monitoring this summer, so starting this week, looking at what the fish communities are like post remediation of that barrier as well. The next one we want to tackle is the Groins Weir out in the Otokai Kino. There are some issues there with ownership, and it's going to take a bit of a collaborative effort with ECAN as well, so we're working with them on ways we can retrofit that weir within, I guess, the realms of our funding. And then we're also addressing a few weirs on Banks Peninsula, so old sort of like water supply weirs, which that's a photo up there, and creating those riffles so that fish can get past them. We've also got a range of research projects that we undertake, one of them being looking at fish populations in our stormwater wetlands. They are designed to capture contaminants, so we do need to be aware that there are some issues when it comes to the fish that live in those wetlands. We've undertaken, recently finished, a review of our waterway maintenance procedures. That report is yet to be finalised, but it's something that's sitting with us for review. We've gone through a process of gathering all the data that we collect to help inform where our restoration priorities should be, and that report is being finalised as well. And then we also have a whole bunch of technical investigations under the stormwater consent, which we're slowly chipping away at too. So that was all I had. It was just a bit of a brief update on our monitoring program. So
That's
if there's any
fantastic, and it's great
questions,
to see it's annual now instead of 5 yearly. Are you monitoring for nitrates?
Yes, we do.
I wonder you didn't comment on the Otakakino because that was showing increase in nitrates out there.
It is. So surface water monitoring, we undertake, nitrate is relatively low in our surface water monitoring sites.
Yeah.
The highest areas are related to where the springs are coming in, so in the Otakakino area, but overall they're still relatively low compared to other areas and compared to...
but it's the trend that we need to see.
Yeah, so we haven't looked specifically at nitrate as a trend over time, but it's something that we can do and report back.
I think that would be really helpful for us because it's a big concern for council.
Yeah.
So we've got a couple of questions. I'm quite keen to move this on though. So Harrison Hunt and then Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, I've just got a bit of curiosity. I'm digging into the reads here. But in the corner of James's and my wards, there's a small swimming hole outside Helmore's Lane, the Avon River route, where they have a rope. Are we saying that might not be swimmable in that catchment? Just off Harper Ave.
So the issue on swimmability is related to E. coli.
Yep.
So ECAN do the recreational monitoring, so they monitor the swimming sites weekly, which is a lot more frequently than we do, which is monthly. Based on the data that we have, we don't really have enough to be able to say whether or not certain areas are swimmable or not, because E. coli does change rapidly. We are working on a bit of a trial on using E. coli sensors so that we can put them out in areas, and that will hopefully give us a little bit of real-time data. It's a bit of a work in progress because we've got to, I guess, make sure the sensor's accurate and working well, but that's something that we're working on with Smart Cities to help, I guess, address that issue. But yeah, swimmability and recreational monitoring is largely an ECAN thing. This is sort of more related to stormwater contaminants.
And they do more of your...
I see. And when does it launch, the E. coli monitors?
We're hoping to get it set up this month, before Christmas.
But that's probably more
great
the
idea.
key swimming areas, not little pockets of the Avon River where kids want to jump in. And with the number of ducks there, I'd probably say,
it looks like a generational swimming hole.
Wear a full body suit.
I'd say
and
just
a
be a
mask.
little bit cautious.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this is really good. It does kind of, to me, it seems like the thing, maybe like a briefing would be really good because obviously there's a lot of information and data. I was just interested in the aquatic ecology monitoring, what you're doing around the Heathcote Apawaho.
So we, at the moment, our EMP monitoring is, we do one catchment every 5 years, and that's a full sediment quality, in-stream habitat, riparian habitat, macroinvertebrate fish monitoring, so it's quite comprehensive. But the 5 yearly timescale is a little bit too broad. So next year we're moving to doing these sites annually, so that's things like really quick habitat measures and macroinvertebrate monitoring as well. So that will give a bit more of a picture of what the trends are over time rather than a snapshot in time every 5 years. But we've got the Heathcote is the catchment where we've got the most monitoring sites. Off the top of my head, I think it's about 19 in the catchment, so there's quite a lot of monitoring in that catchment alone. It is up for monitoring if we were following the 5 yearly cycle 2025, so it's at the end of its, it was last done in, what would that be, 2017, 2018?
Yeah.
So the monitoring data that we've got is a little bit
Thank
dated
you.
now.
And do you look, like, how does your work inform things like consenting for subdivisions, industrial uses, cycleways on the river corridor? Like, what's the value of the work that you do to inform the decisions that get made in terms of land
So you're
use?
looking at cause.
Well, I just note that some of those consents, there have been concerns raised about the impact on ecology, and I'm just trying to understand how
So
this
having
work relates
this
to that.
this monitoring data helps us, helps write a picture of what the waterway is like. So when we get those applications, we've got enough data to be like, at this point, that's a really high value site, so we really recommend not doing much there, or the vice versa, that site's relatively degraded, so the works that are going to happen can be done. So it's more about getting as much information as we can so that when these projects come in, we're well informed to be able to make recommendations. Whether or not those recommendations are followed, I know ecology impacts are one thing that have to be considered on these projects as a whole. In relation to industrial sites, so the monitoring that we do helps us pick priority catchments, and that's where those industrial sites audits are focused on, is those priority areas, so things like Curlets. There's been a lot of effort put into monitoring the industrial sites on that catchment, so that kind of helps close that loop there. In terms of subdivisions, when normally the ones where there's waterway realignments, we're very heavily involved in those. in the ones where there's discharges to waterways, that's more of an ECAN issue. So they rely on our data a lot of the time to be able to, I guess, understand what's happening in that waterway. But it's a bit of, we largely focus on the setbacks in Christchurch City Council, and then the Environment Canterbury focus on the waterway channel itself.
Yeah,
that's
I
great.
wonder
Thank
if
you.
Maybe this is such good information. Wonder if there's a way that the boards could get briefed on it as well.
Yeah, sorry, I know there's been a lot of info here that have
For the community boards, would that be possible?
We'll talk to Katie about that.
That'd be great. Councillor Fields, have you got a quick
Thank you. Just so I correctly understand where the monitoring was done in Banks Peninsula, so there are 3 sites kind of in Harbour, Cass Bay, Governors Bay, a couple in Akaroa. Have I got that right?
Yeah.
And one more that I can't quite figure out. But
Littleton, Cass Bay, Governors Bay, Balgary, Elmers. There is one more somewhere. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. So 2 in Akaroa and 1 in some other location. So where those streams meet the harbour, let's say in Littleton, so where's the testing being done, just so I understand kind of the location?
The Littleton site is over, what's it, by the marina.
Yeah.
Ideally, we'd like to get some monitoring of the stormwater network coming from the town, but it goes through the port, so getting access there is really difficult.
I mean, I'd expect that to be quite yucky anyway, but like, let's say Cass Bay, where there's been a lot of work done on riparian planting and that sort of stuff, where's the testing, where are you taking
the site there
from?
is, you know how there's that culvert and there's that little walking bridge?
Yep.
It's right by that walking bridge.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Thank you. Look, just really quickly, Councillor Peterson, that's the end of the questions because we've got people waiting.
Just thinking about in the Hornby ward, where the headwaters for the Heathcote, and we've got a really grotty looking pond in the corner of Kyle Park. Is there any monitoring and testing done in there?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Right. Be really interested to see if there's an opportunity to get that.
Did you say Kyle Park?
Yeah, Kyle Park. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark, that's helpful. I'd like to move this. I have a seconder for this. Councillor Scandrett, is there any debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed, that's carried. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, and sorry for the confusion.
No, thanks.
That's great. All right, so I'd like to invite Community Board Chair Emma Norrish for the table to speak to the Part A item, which is item 15 on our agenda today. Morning, or just about afternoon, Emma.
Just gone afternoon.
Thanks
Kia
for
ora
coming
koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Cranford Street report on behalf of the Waipapa Papanui Inner Central Community Board. As you can see, our board recommendation is that the bus lanes which have been in place for the last 3 years be made permanent. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. The main thing I'd like to remind you all today, before you consider the report, is of the context and the background that has got us to this point. This decision is part of the Christchurch Northern Corridor project and downstream effects management plan that have been years in the making. Our board has been consulting with the community, hearing residents' views, having regular updates from staff, first on the planning for the Christchurch Northern Corridor and then on the effects of its opening for over 6 years now. Over that time, we have read thousands of pages of information, heard hours of submissions, and as locals and users of Cranford Street and the surrounding area, have first-hand experience of the traffic issues the area faces. We know about the safety issues facing students trying to navigate their way across or along Cranford Street in order to get to their local schools. We understand the difficulties local residents are having trying to get around their own neighbourhood, whether it be by car, bike or as pedestrians. And we are well aware of the frustrations experienced by commuters travelling through the area due to the congestion on Cranford Street. These issues also came through loud and clear in the submissions received in this round of consultation. We ask that you make a decision today based on all the information you have before you, including the content of the submissions. I'm going to leave it at that. Thanks. Yep.
Councillor Henstock, welcome back.
Thank you. Hello, Emma. Thank you for that. For the benefit of those that weren't at the community board meeting when this was considered, can you confirm what the staff recommendation was to the community board?
The staff recommendation was for clearways.
And can you confirm why that was?
Because taking into account the submissions and advice from the independent traffic expert and their own thoughts, I believe.
And so if there was if the mood of the table today was for to reject the recommendation to continue the bus lane and to have a clearway. Could this decision be made by this table today?
My understanding is that the delegation for the clearway sits with the community board.
So to clarify, so if this was not passed today, this would go back to the community board?
I believe that is the case.
The same community board that decided it. So, and for the benefit of those who aren't on the community board, can you tell the table, please, about the recommendation that you brought to the community board in anticipation of this very issue happening today?
Yep, I can. At our November meeting, I brought a chair's report to the community board, proposing that we, in this instance, give up our delegation for the clearway, so that council would have all three options in front of it when making a decision.
And what was the outcome of that?
That did not make it through that report.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Kewen?
Thank you.
Yeah, just on the delegation thing, and it may be for staff more than you, Emma, why does the delegation for this sit with the community board and not with council? And
My
come as
understanding is because the bus lane and T2 lane are special vehicle lanes, whereas a clearway is just parking restrictions.
Okay, Councillor McDonald?
It's probably.
sorry.
It's probably just on
Sorry.
the delegation, and it's more probably a legal question. In my mind, it's sort of anywhere I've been, the delegations are a hierarchy. So therefore, I'm just trying to understand why the council couldn't. And it's not a question for you, Emma. I apologise, but just in context of delegations, I can't work out how the council couldn't make a decision on a delegation it's exercised.
So can I just say that those questions would be better suited when we get into the item, but not for the chair who's just here giving her
Yeah, that's fine.
report.
Yep, cool.
Can
cool.
we ask that of staff?
Yeah, good as gold. Yep.
When the report's open. So these are appropriate for the chair? Councillor Harrison-Hunt and then Councillor Scandrett.
Good, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Let's rebalance the books a bit. Tell us about the benefits of the decision that you came to when you had that hearings panel.
A lot of the submitters that we heard from on the day, it was around the safety and not adding an extra lane of traffic onto Cranford Street, even if it is only just for those peak hours. We heard from the St Albans School, who told us about the number of incidents there have been with students crossing the road, especially at the Westminster Cranford intersection, as well as a lot of near misses. Yeah. So safety, I believe, was the main reason.
Okay. And with those that wanted to keep the bus lane, was that the common theme that was coming across when you came to that? Cool. And in the community board's view, where did they sit on it?
The community board, like the vote.
After discussion. Yeah.
Oh, the discussion. It was, the vote was 6-3 in favour of the bus lane, and those who were in favour of the bus lane, it was about the safety and reducing emissions and getting more people into buses and less cars on the road.
That's good to know. Thanks a lot.
Councillor Scandrett?
Thank you and welcome, Emma. So for the 13 recommendations, as it says from the community board, so they are what the community board wants. So after everything you've been through, it's been a journey.
That was the vote on the day, yes.
Cool. And it was a 6-3 vote.
6-3.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Johansson?
Yeah, thank you. I know a number of submitters raised concerns about safety and other crossings and stuff that probably is technically out of scope of the decision that we're being asked to make today. But
Yes.
I was just interested, like, particularly there's comments from Emergency Services, Environment Canterbury. So I'm just wondering, did the board identify a separate process to address some of those concerns? And if so, is there kind of more work being done around looking at?
There is. This is only one part of that downstream effects management plan. As part of that project, we are looking at the safety on those intersections in those areas that were brought up in those submissions.
And is the board looking at anything to restrict land use planning so close to where these intersections are, so that you get better, safer, more setbacks in terms of getting safer?
Not
I just note that
not
some
as
of the,
part of this decision, we didn't.
some of the intersections here have like a lot of signage boards, have buildings built right up almost to the street and very little space for pedestrians.
Yep, no, that's not something we considered as part of this.
Councillor Kewen?
Yeah, just on, you raised one of the reasons the board went 6-3 in support was the emissions reduction. So were you showing some evidence that there's been emission reductions by having a bus lane and everyone else crammed in the other lane?
We were showing the numbers of how the bus patronage has increased.
Yep.
So I believe that came into the decisions of those people that voted that way.
But was there some evidence showing that the flow of 2 lanes would still be more than if you have everyone crammed in one lane and then the bus in the other lane? Was that shown? Is there a model for that?
I don't believe it was explicitly put like that, no.
Right, okay, so no. And then the other one was on the, your submitters were, it looked like, more in favour of a clearway, and also the original traffic report for that road was to have a clearway from the traffic engineers. So why did the board go against the engineers and the public?
Last time it was back in 2020, it was the council that decided not to go with the clearway.
So at that point, did the board support the clearway?
The board did not support any changes at that time.
So
The
supported
board did
the
not
clearway?
support the clearway.
Oh, I didn't
at that
support the
time,
clearway?
no.
So against the engineer's advice?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. There's no other questions for the chair. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Right. So, what are we going to do? Go into the report? Yeah, we'll move into the item. We've got I know the Mayor did want to be here, but we've got a lot of people in the gallery who've been waiting patiently all morning. So that's item 15. Have we got staff here?
Yeah, the staff are here.
Yep, we'd like to go.
So, shall we get the staff to start presenting, or?
So do you want to give us a brief introduction, or are we going straight into the report? Okie doke. All right, so we'll take the report as read, and we open it up for questions, please. So, Councillor Kewen.
Yeah, my one's still around the delegations, and how does the delegation for this sit with the community board when it's such a major part of the network, yet when it comes to cycleways they sit with the whole council,
Right,
and they're part of the network?
Question for staff.
So the delegations are set up in a way where parking restrictions are delegated to the community board, and a clearway is a parking restriction. Was that your?
DEMP was specifically delegated to the community board. So yeah, I can't remember the exact date, but there is a resolution at one of the meetings where the decisions related to DEMP.
Because the elephant in the room here is, like most people, like technically it might be a parking restriction delegation, but most people in the real world see it as a traffic flow issue that has parking restrictions when it's not a clearway, and the network, and especially that one, affects the flow of the entire city. So
can I just ask for legal advice here?
Yep.
Please, we're questioning actually a delegation that's in existence. Is that relevant to this report today? I mean, it's not going to change today. So I don't want to waste too much time questioning something that's already...
No, we can't change the delegations today. That would require separate advice.
Yeah. So we've gone ahead under the delegation. There's a recommendation from the community board.
Could someone just follow up just to me only, because I get asked by the public this quite a bit, just how those delegations happened, when and why that it sits with the community board versus the cycleways sit with full council, because
so perhaps we can get that in a memo.
my board gets double reamed in this case.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald?
It's not really litigating the delegation stuff. What I'm just keen to understand is, and I'm just thinking through basically most organisations, I'd be keen to understand the differences. The delegation has been delegated by the council, which by definition would mean that the council can make a decision. So I'm just keen to understand, like, it's at our permission, someone else has made the decision. It just seems unusual to me that we can't make a decision on something we've delegated.
You'd be revoking a decision that's been made by a board, which advises that council can't revoke a decision made by another body, only that body can.
Yeah,
and that
but
committee
this is
can
a part A
but
though.
we're going to be reviewing having a look at some of our delegations and how they work anyway.
I guess what I'm keen to understand today, and it might be a helpful question, is just from a principle point of view, if something has been delegated by someone, the delegation has been by us, that by definition is a delegation, which means we can make the decision.
I can speak to that. So that's correct if a decision hasn't already been made under delegation, whereas in this instance the community board has exercised delegation by making a recommendation.
So if that's the case, then why are we making a decision?
Because its decision was to recommend a bus lane, which requires council approval. So in order to consider a clear way, the community board would have to rescind its decision. Council can't rescind a community board.
Right, so so in a just thinking it through, sorry, in a normal environment, we could withdraw a delegation, or we could override a delegation, but because they've already made a decision.
Made a delegation, but if a decision hasn't been made yet, the council always has the option of making a decision.
And that's what I'm trying to understand, is I can't understand why we can't override a delegation, because they're our delegations.
No, you can't. Council, and Helen said, can exercise and make the decision in itself.
Yep.
But because they have actually, it has been to the community board, and under their delegation, they have made the decision. It is only them that can revoke and change that decision. Council can't bring it back and revoke it.
Yep, so on that basis, I will move this recommendation from the community board. Do I have a seconder? Councillor McClellan. Thank you. Any more questions, Councillor Moore? You're right. Any more questions? Councillor Johansson?
Does council still have any land that it acquired along this corridor for the public works, or have we sold it back to private developers?
I'm not aware of any. That's probably not an answer, but no, I'm not aware of any specifically.
Okay, and have staff identified any process to look at some sort of designation around protecting the corridor from inappropriate development or making it unsafe?
Not specifically, no.
Right.
Okay.
Is that do you think that's a gap in how we do things?
I'm afraid that's beyond the scope of this project.
That's not fair.
Right. I'm trying to understand, because we acquired land, and then before we've come to the conclusion of what we're going to do in terms of safety improvements, it would appear that land has been developed on. I'm just trying to understand the kind of...
Where are you talking about?
Remember the kids' bakery area, corner? In Cranford?
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
can I check in the report? I just want to get a sense of, on page 78, this is in the attachment D. It says that Stantec has not received, reviewed any transport modelling analysis or evidence which clearly and robustly identifies the effects of the bus lanes on bus and general traffic travel times. And then it goes on. I'm just trying to understand what that Stantec report is referring to, given that this was a trial, and why they're saying they haven't done that assessment, or what they can't find that assessment.
Oh yeah, the bus lane trial, the ECAN, they didn't follow up, they didn't do the assessment. So it's because of the staff changes and system changes, they didn't, we cannot collect the data since the trial. So we did a manual survey. It's in appendix 3, I think. There's a survey, we got data on the bus, there's manual counted. So there's some comparison of the bus travel time with the general traffic.
Right. And sorry, there's just so many pages and attachments, but the high level assessment of the bus lane, what has been the journey time improvement and the passenger improvement?
Yeah, it is. Sorry, it's quite hard to say because it's in the charts in the appendix. There are some graphic. So sometimes the bus travels faster than general traffic, sometimes slower. So it's really hard to explain. But the graphic shows the trends.
So what page is that in our report?
It's in the appendix. Sorry, appendix C, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, appendix C.
Cool. Thanks.
Attachment C. That's page number 9 of the attachment C.
Page number 9.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Henstock.
Yeah, can I foreshadow, please, that this gets sent back to the community board if that doesn't get across the line today, please?
That's fine. Okay, then.
Sorry, can I just...
Oh, sorry, Councillor Johansson.
I was just trying to understand. So the difference in travel time for the bus, having the bus lane, what is it? What's the...
It's good. So there is a table that shows the modelled traffic times between different modes in different situations. That is table 1, 4.13.3. And the difference is relatively small.
Yeah, that table is traffic modelling results. It shows that for the bus lane, buses is 0.8 minutes. That's about 48 seconds faster than general traffic.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Okay, Councillor Kewen.
Yeah, so a couple. First up, what is the result if it's the council vote against the bus lane today? Then what happens? What does the lane become?
Well, it's until March, isn't it?
Yeah. So the bus lane trial is in place until the end of March, and at that point, it would revert back to a road with parking at all times down both sides of the road. So we would end up without because there's no decision for Clearway and there's no special vehicle lane for T2 or bus lane.
That's quite a good answer. Thank you.
Yeah, but the decision would come back. Yes,
and then when I read in the purpose and origin of the report, the council is required to monitor traffic on affected streets where traffic increases by more than 30% as a result of the opening of the CNC. Measures to mitigate the impacts by improving the operations of Cranford, Sherborne streets or implementing traffic calming measures must be considered. So what is there an increase? What did the monitoring?
So there are general increases, but there are only a few spots where we're over that 40% threshold. So we've been dealing with Francis and Flockton, which are really a slightly different issue, but they are related to the way we're trying to make traffic work. And then we have seen a couple of spots that have gone over 40% recently, and that could be related to the works we've recently been doing on Inners Road, so we're continuing to monitor that. What we're concerned about, I think, longer term is that the notice of requirement is in place until 2030, and we'd expect traffic to grow over that period of time. So we may well breach the threshold in more places during that period.
But we have breached the threshold, but we're still not going to trial a Clearway to see if that releases that.
That's a decision for the Community Board and Council.
Or not Council, because we don't get a say. But we're only elected to have no say. And then on the on page 203, where it says the average travel time in minutes for the HOVs and the bus and the single occupancy vehicles, that's a model. It's not real, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah.
So how do we know? They're not real numbers because the road's never had any other options. It's never had an HOV or a Clearway, or it's only had a bus lane.
Yeah, but traffic monitoring is a fairly standard way of looking at options in all sorts of different circumstances. And I think to be fair, the point of the bus lane trial in terms of the notice of requirement is seeing whether we end up breaching that 40% threshold in a wider area. And on the whole, at this point, we haven't, but we're getting closer to that
I
point
thought
on a lot of streets.
the
Okay, so,
purpose of
you
the
know,
bus lane trial was that to see how many people catch the bus and see if we get a really good uptake, and it increases the travel time.
And those things have happened.
That is the question.
So,
wasn't that the purpose?
at the risk of relitigating this whole thing that a community board already spent 4 hours on, Councillor Henstock has the question, hopefully the last one.
Thank you. It was raised in an earlier question about this Cranford Street being having metropolitan significance. Have you got a view on that?
Not really. I mean, council has specifically delegated the downstream effects to the community board, so that's the delegated point for it.
Okay, so enabling the right movement in the right place is one of the core principles that informs all of our goals and our transport strategy. You'll be aware of that. And so is Cranford Street the right place where transport is meant to be coming into the city?
So I think Cranford Street for me is different to a lot of our other projects in that it is driven by that notice of requirement, and the notice of requirement does talk about stopping traffic going onto side streets and keeping it away from the main bus routes of Main North Road and Papanui Road and the main cycle route of Rutland Street.
Okay, so the answer is yes, that is the right place. It's movement in the right place.
That's not really.
So, in all fairness, that's going back over really old ground there,
Okay,
because
so-
it was years and years to decide that alternate route to come in.
I'll turn my mind then to the notice of requirement and the DEMP. Is it correct that I recall from our community board meeting that we're advised that the notice of requirement specifically recommended peak hour clearways as a possible intervention to improve traffic flow? Yeah. And it was also a recommended option in the downstream effects management plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Right, thank you. Right, so there's no more questions. Kelly Barber?
Sorry if I've missed this. Can you tell me how many buses and how many cars would use Cranford Street in a day?
In the peak hours, there are 7 buses in the peak hours.
Yeah.
For the traffic volume, is about, we got the numbers somewhere, it's about, in my head, was about 25,000 a day.
Sorry, could you say there, so 7 buses an hour and 25,000 cars?
In each direction. So at peak time, you'd expect about 7 buses coming in the morning and about going out in the evening.
Thank you.
And about 25,000 a day on that corridor. Yeah.
Councillor
Thank you.
Henstock?
Can I just get clarification on that 7 buses? Are those 7 buses stopping in that route, or are they going straight through?
Among those 7 buses, 4 of them are the express buses. Only 3 buses stops on the bus stops on Cranford Street between Innes and Berwick.
Okay, thank you. So I'll now open it up for debate.
Just last question, it's a quick one.
Yep.
On the 7 buses, what's the total number of people going each way?
We have some background.
No, it's not an if.
Sorry, that's an ECAN question.
So we have some background information in attachment M. Those are the number from Waimakiriri of the number of the park and ride numbers.
No, just people on the bus, because some might walk to the bus.
We don't know, we don't have that number.
Okay, Madam Chair, this isn't saying that we're making a decision over a bus lane, we don't even have the numbers.
It is an ECAN question.
I mean, 7 to 25,000 is a big number, but
Okay.
if the buses are full, it's a
I'm
big
going to
difference.
open it up for debate. Debate, Victoria? Thank you.
Yeah. I have to say that I'm really embarrassed that this recommendation from my community board and the position that we find ourselves in today is nothing short of batshit bonkers. It's not language that I use in this chamber very often, and I apologise if it offends you, but I can't find anything positive to say about this recommendation. You heard my questions of the board chair, you heard my questions of staff, that even if the majority here preferred a clearway, we don't have that result. We can't get that result today. So we're in this ridiculous decision-making position today with really no decision-making options, because the community board, the majority of the community board colleagues actually allowed this to happen because they knew that this was going to be a result. and they've denied elected members here an opportunity to make a decision of metropolitan significance for the city. You heard the board chair say that she brought a notice of motion because she saw this coming, and that got voted down. Look, my frustration aside, I don't support the bus lane recommendation. We had a trial for 3 years. It didn't reduce congestion, it didn't reduce driver frustration, it didn't make things safer, and we really have to try something different. Remember that the Clearway was recommended by staff, it was recommended by the roading experts because it was the most successful option to try and relieve congestion to result in a safer and more efficient transport network. And congestion is inextricably linked to safety. I think we can all agree that. And it follows that if we can reduce the congestion, then we can reduce some of the reckless driver behaviour and the rat running and the unsafe streets and the high speeds on the side streets. We are constantly striving to increase public trust and confidence in council decision making. And here we are here with a community board that's ignoring the expert opinion and ignoring the public voice, and we're just going to continue to fight a losing battle if that carries on. We know the city's growing, we know the region's growing, and with that comes challenges, and I think Cranford Street really epitomises some of those challenges. But this is the main transport corridor into the city from the north. It was always intended to be. Increased traffic was anticipated, and it's incumbent on us as a council to design infrastructure that manages that growth. And you heard the staff say the notice of requirement specifically recommended a peak hour clearway as a possible intervention, and the DEMP also recommended that as an option, so it's no surprise that the staff were recommending that. Enabling the right movement in the right place is a core principle of our transport strategy, and Cranford Street is the right place, and that traffic is meant to be there. Now, I fully accept that we have other transport goals, and genuine transport choice, reducing emissions, a vibrant, healthy, livable city. Those are all really important goals, and I acknowledge that, but we don't have to achieve all of our transport goals on Cranford Street. We've got plenty more streets and a truckload of other incredibly great initiatives, including the Papanui Parallel, which is just a couple of blocks away.
Thank you.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henstock, Councillor Fields, and then Coker.
I'll speak in support of the motion, actually, because I want to specifically address the notion that opening up a clearway for a few hundred metres on a street that eventually will not have a clearway, that will somehow miraculously improve traffic flow. And to do this, I want to just reference the theory of constraints. Now, the theory of constraints is a business management philosophy that emphasises identifying and addressing the most critical time-limiting factor, or the constraint that stands in the way of achieving a goal. So those of us who have spent time on the shop floor of a manufacturing plant will understand this. That's what Toyota did time and time again to become what it is, and that's why we should try it sometime in planning our cities and our traffic circulation. Because in the context of traffic flow, the goal is to ensure smooth and efficient movement of vehicles on, for example, Cranford Street and beyond. When we open up a clearway for a few hundred metres, we're essentially removing a minor obstacle. However, if the street eventually narrows down, which it does, that segment then becomes the primary constraint. No matter how much we improve the flow in the preceding section, the overall traffic flow speed will be limited by the capacity of the street where the clearway ends. So imagine a funnel. Widening the top of the funnel does not increase the rate at which liquid flows out the bottom. It just doesn't. It's mathematics. Similarly, in our traffic scenario, the end of the clearway acts as the narrow spout, constraining the overall flow of vehicles. This approach can lead to unintended consequences. We've heard about rat running and suboptimal behaviours. That's not going to go away. As vehicles move more quickly through the clearway, they may encounter a bottleneck at the point the road again becomes constrained, leading to increased congestion and frustration, higher emissions, reduced safety as drivers become impatient and attempt risky manoeuvres, because they're going to do that when they encounter the constraint, regardless of where the constraint is. To truly improve traffic flow, we must address the primary constraint. This could involve measures such as, building a motorway through the middle of Christchurch, or perhaps something less insane, like optimising traffic signal timings or implementing alternative modes of transport. Amazing. By focusing on the actual bottleneck, we can achieve a more significant and sustainable improvement in traffic conditions. So let's be clear. Even if there was no bus or the bus was empty all day, every day, the constraint still exists. So instead of going for a quick sugar hit or something that sounds great, why don't we try something novel and apply mathematics and logic and apply the principles of the theory of constraints? Then we can identify and tackle the real issues and look for effective and lasting solutions like Toyota did.
Thank you. Councillor Coker.
Just quickly, look, I will be supporting the Community Board decision today, and in this case it wasn't the most popular option through the consultation, but it was certainly not the least favoured during the consultation, which some people will be pushing in the next item that we'll be doing. Thinking logically, do we prefer 7 buses or close to 400 cars? There'll be an extra 400 cars if people decide that not having a bus lane will actually mean that they don't want to take the bus. There could be an extra 400 cars down there. Continuing with the bus lane will encourage those bus users from out of town to come in on the bus, reducing the number of cars on the road. It's only a good thing.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Peters.
Thank you. Certainly hear what Councillor Fields was saying there about moving the trouble spot. Surely we'll have the same problem if we confirm the bus lane, that when the bus lane ends, you've got another congestion point. So no matter what we decide today, you're moving the congestion point further down. So we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. But the big thing that sticks in my mind is we've done a trial for how long? Is it 3 years with the bus lane? And it's proven not to work. And we're being asked today to reconfirm the bus lane permanently. There's a definition for insanity, which is doing the same thing, expecting a different result. It's just, it's not going to work. So no, I won't be supporting the recommendation to us today, and I will be supporting the foreshadowed motion.
Thank you. Councillor Templeton and then Councillor Barber.
Kia ora koutou. I'd like to thank everyone for the enormous amount of time and energy and effort put into this. Transport debates are always fraught within the community, and it's actually very rare that anything is black and white, and in this case it's not either. You know, it's a balance between a whole range of different competing priorities and ideologies about who should have priority and where and when. When it comes to the numbers, it's also easy to play with the numbers. We could say that the majority in theory didn't want the bus lane, but actually the majority also didn't want the clearway. And when you look at what a T2 lane is, which was the alternate, people who went for the T2 lane were specifically saying that they did not want the availability for single occupancy cars just to be driving down there on 2 lanes. So you could say that the majority were in favour of not allowing people just to be driving the single occupancy cars, which is 83%, in 2 lanes down Cranford Street. I'll be supporting the community board on this one today, and for various reasons, including the fact that they've listened really carefully to some of the key stakeholders in their community. They know their community best. They have been dealing with the downstream effects of this particular old decision of a previous council for a really long time now, and I believe that this is the best option. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Barber.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, look, I think this has been a really interesting process. Just referring to my colleague's mention of mathematics and logic, I mean, my only comment would be 7 buses versus 25,000 cars. You know, 83% of people travelling in cars. I would have thought that we could accommodate everybody with a clearway. I thought that would have been the smart option. It allows for the fact that there are times during the day when people are travelling in buses and need a bit of space to whiz along there. I get that. I would have thought that would be smart. Yeah, I won't be supporting it, but I think it's been a fairly robust process, so it'll be what it'll be. Cheers.
Thank you. All right, well, I'll close off as the... Oh, okay, Councillor Moore and then... Oh, sorry, Councillor Kewen, you were first and then Councillor Moore.
Yeah, so a couple of things I want to address here. The theory of constraints, an interesting one. because even in the report it says from Innes Road to Berwick Street, which for the councillors here that obviously haven't gone and looked at the area or the history or all the changes or the millions of dollars spent to Berwick Street to take the traffic flow as it splits at Berwick Street, where you have 3 lanes for turning, going straight ahead, merging with the green arrows. Berwick Street, for those that haven't gone and looked, feeds round to the one-way system that was put there in the 1960s to feed the traffic in and through the city. So yes, the theory of constraint was considered back in the 60s and then was overridden by people who decide to not go with the experts that designed the original system to make traffic flow, and go against the experts that told the council to put in a clearway. I was happy just to trial a clearway, because that way we can look at the actual numbers, not the ones that are in the report, which are modelled numbers, just made up, because we don't know what a clearway looks like on Cranford Street. So we should at least have done a clearway trial, because then if the ones that support that are wrong, I'm happy to put my hand up and say we're wrong, but we don't know because we don't trial. So that when you go against what the experts are saying and the majority of people that submitted who wanted the clearway, then you are no longer a facilitator and you become a dictator. And that is what makes people lose confidence in the city, because you're telling them how to live their life and you are demonising them for being a single occupant of a vehicle as you head to work on what's not a bus route, or you might be going across town to pick up your mother to take her to a hospital appointment. You may have just dropped the kids off to a preschool. So all those evil 83% of the population that use that road as a single vehicle operator, you're going to demonise them because they didn't catch a bus. The numbers just don't stack up. We should at very least be trialling a clearway. But no, we will go for the dictatorship rather than the facilitators that we should be. And that there is very, very disappointing if that's the way we go.
Thank you. Councillor Moore?
Thank you. I'm going to throw a totally different view altogether in the mix here that hasn't really been talked about thus far today, which is what I like to do and possibly what I do best. Just on insanity, I mean, one thing that would be insanity is opening up another lane knowing that congestion is going to be just as bad or worse in a few years' time, and then we'll get there in 5 years' time and go, right, now what do we do? There's not many options. But on mathematics and logic, the T2 lane does appear to be the superior, because what it does is it means that buses and motorists would both have substantially shorter journey times. A T2 lane, it also gets buses through, just on the numbers in the report there, it gets buses through about just as quick as what it would with the bus lane. But what it also does is it gets motorists through substantially quicker than what they would if it was just a bus lane. And it still encourages things like carpooling or busing, these kinds of things. So it encourages that type of behaviour. As per the Safe System Assessment Score Summary, it's also the safest option. But coming back to the consultation, which is pretty important for any decision here today. So T2 lane obviously wasn't the first preference, but if you ask someone who preferred a bus lane, what's your second preference? They'd say, as we see here, they say the T2 lane. But if you ask someone who prefers the clearway, what's your second preference? They say the T2 lane. So the job here is often to make a decision that will make one side happy and piss off the other. But as per the consultation here, as also the numbers that stack up, there's actually a clear compromise here that achieves the outcomes that both sides want. So I'm at a loss as to why it's barely been discussed. Obviously, if you ask someone to choose between 3, you end up with numbers of what we've got. But if you got that transferable vote system and you actually assess preferences, T2 lane appears to come out on top and achieves those outcomes we're after. So give it some thought.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison-Hunt.
I'm just going to make it really quick. I just wanted to take this precedent that we're setting in regards to ignoring experts' views into the next item. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. And Councillor McClellan.
Oh, just with regard to my learned colleague, Councillor Henstock's view, look, in terms of delegations, there's no conspiracy here. You know, the community board have their job to do. We are the ones who task them with their job and assign those delegations, and that's what they've done. Look, the public consultation showed no overwhelmingly strong option over any other option, and the board factored that into account. Through countless submissions, both spoken and non-spoken, and I think it's really hard to see what would be achieved by sending this back to the community board. I'm not sure really what that would do other than just express a desire of unhappiness, and you can express that, you can vote the way you want, but I just think would be much better to listen to the community board, as we always should do.
Thank you. All right, so as the mover, I will close off, and I'll actually answer some of the questions, particularly around the T2 for Councillor Moore and others perhaps who have not been so involved in this. So the issue with T2, which already exists on the motorway section, is there is no ability to monitor to see how many people are actually in the vehicle or enforce. Now those things require quite a lot of investment. Secondly, to bring a T2 into the Cranford Street area means that the cars would have to switch lanes on the motorway because it doesn't add up. So that actually has been identified as very dangerous in the report. Secondly, the assumption that a clearway will increase and facilitate traffic flow is not correct, particularly when we listen to Councillor Fields explain in such a scientific way the theory of, you know, compression and the funnel theory. It just happens anyway. So from Berwick Street to Beeley Ave, the traffic stops at Beeley Ave. There's nowhere to go. So that, in my view, that congestion will back up all the way to possibly, who knows, but at least Westminster Street, possibly Innes Road. Yes, the original design and the original motorway was to exit down Barbados Street and enter the motorway via Madras Street. We've made so many changes in the central city now that entering the city by Barbados Street is not actually that viable. And even without the roadworks, Barbados Street is backing right up in the mornings, right back to north of Edgware Road. So you're still going to get that congestion, and it's not going to be the silver bullet to solve this. My view is that Cranford Street actually is not part of the motorway. It's part of the community. The motorway finishes up near Placemakers. This is a community road. So to think about it as a motorway and consider putting 4 lanes in there is pretty stretching the long bow. And I know no wonder that the community here is objecting to that. Secondly, Clearway creating 2 lanes is the most dangerous because we already have huge issues with red light running at Westminster Street and Cranford. And if you can imagine, you've got 2 lanes coming in one direction, you've got one that's blind. If you've got an inside or an outside one running red, that's a recipe for real danger, and that's the intersection that the school kids are using. There's been public commentary about the submissions being a clear majority for a clearway. This is really untrue. When you look at the submissions, the first preference by people who live in Christchurch, 166 wanted a bus lane, 165 a clearway. When you look at people living on Cranford Street, it was 50-50. When you look at organisations, it was 8 wanting a bus lane and 4 wanting a clearway. So, you know, the submissions have been really well broken down into categories, so it's unfair just to pick one number and focus on that and say a majority wanted this. Look, this is a really, people are obviously really passionate about this, particularly around a clearway. I think that comments around the community board, there's no need to be disrespectful. The community board has spent hours and hours and hours on this, reading submissions, listening to deputations, having workshops with staff, talking to people, and then that final meeting was around 4 hours, all over it. And the vote was 6-2. So it's really, I think the community board should be respected here, and even though not everyone will get their way, the bus lane, in my view, is working. ECAN are looking at expanding the park and ride in Waimakariri to cope for it. I have seen buses full. So you know, and we have a partnership with Environment Canterbury, and they were one of the organisations that supported the bus lane, and we're really keen to support public transport. Come hell or high water, people will be on it one day in Christchurch. We will move into the 21st century. All right, and on that note, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. We have division. Saves Councillor Scandrick calling for it.
So this is a division for the motion for the bus lane. Councillor Kewen? No. Councillor McLennan?
Yes.
Councillor McDonald?
No.
Councillor Henstock? No. Councillor Moore? No. Councillor Scandrett?
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt?
Yes.
Councillor Coker?
Yes.
Councillor Peters?
No.
The Mayor?
No.
Councillor Templeton?
Aye.
Councillor Barber?
No.
Deputy Mayor Cotter?
Aye.
Councillor Fields?
For the sake of mathematics, yes.
Councillor Johansson?
Yes.
Councillor Donovan?
Yes.
And Councillor Goff?
No.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 against.
So that is carried. And thank you everyone for the excellent debate and all the work on this. And now we move forward. So, do we want to have that? What's to
Do we
want to have that presentation?
Don't care.
No.
I think we'd be better having lunch
Back in two.
but a briefing at 2.
Okay, we break for lunch now and be back at 2 o'clock for a
briefing
for 15 minutes.
A closed briefing, and then
Everybody, this is the last item of the day, which I can't remember, it's item number 16, yes. Yes.
When did you want me to put through
You want to
another
move it? Did you say?
Yeah, I'd like to move option C.
Yes.
But I don't know when to do it.
Move
Yeah,
it
and
now.
I'll second. You can do it right
Do it
now.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, and Mark seconding
And I'll
it.
second that.
Righto. Okay. Well,
Can I clarify that it's the updated option C?
Is it the updated option C? Is there an updated option?
the one on the, well, they're all over the place, but there's actually been more ink spent on this corner. Anyway, so you know where we're heading with options at the moment, but we let staff have a
To vote?
yarn, or just put it to the vote? Or, has anyone got any questions, staff? In theory, I'm not saying no one should, but everyone's asked questions of this till the cows come home. So if there's no questions, we'll go into debate and then we'll throw it out there.
So
You got a question, Marcus? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question going forward about the traffic islands outside Woolworths. I gather there'll be a report prepared to go to the community board for that.
Correct. And I spoke to Bailey this morning. She's approved a late report, so hopefully we'll get that to December the 12th if I get it in tomorrow.
That would be awesome. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Okay.
Can you see B up there?
Got it? See it? All happy? All right. Any other questions? Righto. Thank you for coming in. We'll have some debate.
Oh, and do
Okay.
do the staff want to say anything before?
No.
Okay.
We're reading your mind.
No, they should
Okay,
see.
is there anyone want to do any debate on this? Marcus?
Thank you. I'm really pleased to see us get to this stage today, and hopefully we can get this option C confirmed across the line, and we can move towards getting the changes in place. It's been a heck of a road this year, and to land in this position today hopefully will allow some closure for our communities. And you know, there's, I think, a good number of lessons that will be good to unpack from all of this experience, and hopefully we can all hold hands into the future and smile and walk the kumbaya moment together. So, you know, it's option B, I'll just put it out there, was my preference. I think the Mayor's probably with me on this one. The reason I like option B and would have preferred that was that it actually allows more traffic to flow more often without stopping it. Yaldhurst Road would be allowed to flow majority of the time, only stopped when pedestrian or cyclist would have interjected to get across. The good thing with these designs that we're looking at today is it's making everyone in the area safe. And to me, it's always been about trying to make the environment as safe as we can for everybody. And option C does that. Option B, I felt, did that as well, while still allowing that extra flow. So really pleased to work together with Tyler today and get this landing. Hopefully we can get this confirmed and we can move forward and, as I say, hold hands and sing into the future.
Okay, Tyler?
Your mind's a bit sweaty, yeah. Yeah, no, it has been a bit of a journey. Obviously, it even pushed back all the way in March, April, and there was a bit of back and forth, particularly with two different communities. But I'm not going to delve too deep into that. I want to just turn it into a positive angle. The reason why I put option C first is because I'm getting a feel of the room that it's a collective view. I don't want to make this left and right. I want to make it for everyone. And when we're pushing forward with things like this, it's really important that we follow with that. On top of that, Riccarton was 50-50 on option A and option C. And if this doesn't pass, I'm going to be supporting option A too. I'm feeling confident that we can find a collective view on this. And I'd also like to thank all of those communities and people who are for and against these options to be able to tell us their thoughts. They're a lot better than the keyboard warriors that sit behind their computer and have a puppy dog or a car as their profile picture. They're out there, they're engaging with our communities, they're engaging with us to tell us what they'd like to see. And lastly, it's been a pretty difficult ride being the Lone Ranger in Riccarton. There's been members focused on other parts of Riccarton, so it's been quite a turbulent time for myself. And with a collective view with my colleagues at council, this is why I brought it here, because we're here, we're ready to go, and you guys have obviously seen the reading. You've read the docs. You're ready to go. I appreciate Mark for seconding this, and appreciate the Mayor for supporting this, and all of my colleagues today, and most of all, actually, the transport staff and engagement team. You go through a hell of a lot of rubbish in this system, whether it goes back and forth. You go through a hell of a lot of crap, and you're here to do this for your communities, whether people think it or not. And remember that they're the minorities. The majority want to thank you for your work. We've got some safe roads thanks to you guys. And thank you so much for everything that you do. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you.
Yanni?
Yeah, I just, in some ways, just wanted to second Tyler's last point. And when I put my hand up, I wasn't sure he was going to, what he was going to say. But yeah, I too just wanted to commend the staff for the engagement and the work that they've done on this. And I just, implore to my colleagues that this should be seen as a model of how we do stuff when we're putting in projects in communities, by trying to gather as many views as possible, weigh up all the information that we get. And sometimes things can take longer, and we get a better outcome by taking the time to understand what people's views are and to look at what the various options are. So I'm really happy to support option C today. I think, although this has been a long process, it has been a good process to get to this point and ultimately get to a better decision and a better outcome. So I hope that we can remember this when we're looking at some of the other controversial projects in our city, because I think there are some lessons that we could apply for taking the time to understand the community view and come up with options that address the majority of the concerns that are expressed. But I just did want to acknowledge the amazing work that staff have done in terms of the details, the information, and the engagement.
Thank you. Jake?
I was just going to foreshadow, I'm sure it won't be needed, but just as a safety, happy to foreshadow option A. I'm sure someone will do the same for B, just to make sure. So.
Okay. And Andre?
Thank you. Yeah, also just appreciation to staff who, in my view, have showed nothing but a lot of patience and nothing but professionalism through the entire process, including when, they had to hobble around with injuries during the process and still manage to do this huge, massive work for us with, as I say, nothing but professionalism the entire way. I'm not particularly happy with where we've ended up, in the sense that this is now costing a whole lot more than what it would have when we started, more than tripled in cost. But here we are, and I would thank all colleagues for keeping their pants on this far throughout the rest of the process, and I thank them for continuing to keep their pants on while holding hands going forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That's from our Taylor. Sarah, yeah.
Thanks. One of the things that councils are tasked with doing is thinking long term and trying to both take into account the community views and preferences with all of the other information we have, both on safety, when it comes to the various risks that are to our vulnerable road users, and to those actually behind the wheels of cars, which are most of the crashes that happen here. But also with the budgets we have, and balancing up maybe a few seconds extra delay against a significant extra cost. Earlier this meeting, we were having a very strong debate over whether we would give $8, $12 or $20,000 to a community organisation. And yet here we are looking at spending significantly more than that for convenience's sake, not even for safety. We have an option in front of us that is safer, that is cheaper, that is quicker and easier to install, and still had good community support. My preference would be that we show some leadership in this space and make actually what's quite a difficult decision to go with what's also the staff recommended option, which is option A.
Okay, Mel?
I just wanted to acknowledge my father's made a submission on this, but I'm actually going to support differently to what he submitted on anyway, so I don't feel I have a conflict. And I'm going to be support. Okay. So I'm going to be supporting the staff recommendation.
Aaron.
Like Mark and the Mayor, I think I would have probably preferred B, because it lets traffic flow the most. I don't know, no one ever seems to prioritise traffic flow around here much at all, but it's always it's at the bottom of the hierarchy, not at the top. So I would have preferred B, but I think I'll go with C. But I'm going to make a little prediction here, and that is, reading between the lines, I think that the reason for closing the road off is because of the MRT in the longer picture, because all these roads are going to get shut, that when MRT goes through, you can't have traffic on them as well. It just won't work. There'll only be access to the properties along those roads. So there'll be a major, major disruption, and this is closing it in A is soft-footing your way into that, and would be a bit of an experiment on how that would work. So that's my prediction. It might not be true, but I'm just going to throw it out there, because in this space that is now recorded in the ether forever.
Okay, Tyrone, please.
Like on every decision that comes to this table, I keep an open mind until the moment that I vote, and I know my colleagues do as well. And I've really genuinely oscillated on all the different decisions. At one point I've like, oh yeah, B seems reasonable. So then I was all for C, and then started to sort of delve into a bit A, and then I was back to C, and I was like, oh my God, they've all got their benefits. And so I'm actually kind of leaning, as we came into this debate, on A, because I sort of thought about, I know that there are some changes that have been made along Curlitz Road there between Maiden South Road and Yaldhurst Road that have actually, so my daughter drives through there to school every day, and she said how much it's improved since the amendments have been made. So I thought, and actually her mother does exactly the same, and they've really talked glowingly about the ability for cars to get through there. So I thought, well, actually that's a precondition for option A to be acceptable, and that actually means that traffic flow is good. But still, and then I saw these two guys holding hands and being nice to each other, and I thought, well, there's hope for us yet around this council table that we can actually make a decision together. So, I mean, although A is my preference, I'm happy to go with C as it comes up, but A would have been my preference. I'll just see how I vote.
Okay, no one else? Me. The problem right from day dot was T-bones, prangs. That's what was the catalyst that set it off. All three of them, A, B and C, address it. But reading, I'm like Mark and Aaron and a couple of others, I do prefer B, because I just like to see traffic from Yaldhurst End, West Melton, which is going to have more houses one day, just flowing into town. It just flows. It doesn't stop. When you are at the lights that are from where we're going to turn right, if they're green, the road from West Melton still flows. That was the only thing. All the rest of it's good. Flowing out of town to Sockburn Roundabout, that's all good. Everything works well. I would have certainly preferred B, but I've sort of read the tea leaves, and B ain't going to fly, sadly, in my view. Because if you use Tyrone's maths and Toyota example, new benchmark. In my head, B would be better, but I will go along with C. Yeah, I'll go along with C if that's the where we're heading. So, and Tyler's last.
Yeah, just quickly, we just want to provide perspective on option A and C, and it's water off a duck's back, whichever way anyone votes today, as long as something gets done. That's the no option. But both of them are going to cause traffic. Whether you cut off the left-hand turn, it's still going to push into Curlitz Road for 32 seconds modelled, 9 seconds for the right-hand turn keeping. They're both, one's going to cost less than the other. We both read that. And one removes the right-hand turn, one keeps it. The other thing within this was, and regarding the staff's presentation, was something that turned me more towards option C for a bit of a middle ground was Te Kapuhu Riccarton School, which is a school that I really love, requested option C in comparison to Riccarton for option A. St. Peter's Anglican Preschool, where Liz was present, and ECAN with their alternative routes. So option A, in my opinion, is just as good as option C, but they provide completely different perspectives, hence why I'm supporting both. So whatever decision you guys all make today, I don't mind. It's water off a duck's back, because the outcome's going to be better for communities regardless, and somebody's going to lose out. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles, and the pedestrians are going to be safer on both options too, and cyclists and car drivers. So I want to actually say you're welcome to Hornby for saving your cars and insurance money. 83 crashes and counting. There are some non-reported ones that I've taken photos of already. Yeah, on behalf of Mark and myself, you're welcome for saving your cars. Kia ora.
One thing I'd like to say is it's good that we've got to this point, but I should have brought it up a bit earlier. I wanted to throw an extra thing in there, Mark and Tyler, about the possibility of putting a fence down the middle to stop people walking across the road where there is no yeah, it's because we've got a brand new crossing down one end, which we're spending a small fortune on. We've got an existing crossing down the other end. The bit in the middle doesn't have to happen, in my view, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do that because we're in debate.
Can I suggest that it's going to be monitored and the community board can come back to us, or they can decide to do that without us a few months down the track once it's in place?
I was just thinking of trying to do it while the traffic management's all in. But it doesn't matter. We can do it later. It's just because I've seen fences up and it stops people. Sorry?
Well, they can do it retrospectively. They can.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Do it now.
So So now we go. I move this for option C. Is that right?
On option C. Yeah.
Is that right? You got that right there, Sam? You good?
Option C moved by Councillor
Yeah.
Harrison
And Councillor Peters. So that's moved and seconded. I'll put that motion. All those in favour for option C, say aye.
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 Hello. And against? No. Okay, thank you. That is carried. Yeah, make sure you tell them.
And Mel.
Okay. Karakia.
Yep. Close the meeting.
Yep. Close the meeting. Karakia. Thank you very much for everyone's attendance. Whaka, te tapu, kia wata, kia ara, te uturiki, kia wakataka hai, kia turiki, whakataka hai, homiai, hooray, ahi, thank you.